Maximum Disco Elysium.
You see a youngish man bleaching the tips of his hair with a toothbrush. He puts the toothbrush down and extends his hand in greeting.
Hello, I'm Andre. It's a pleasure to meet you.
His grip is strong, sweaty, and warm. He's trying to project and inspire confidence.
This is my posse, Noid.
Hi, hi, hi. Hi, hi, hi.
The young man with earrings looks at you suspiciously.
And Egghead.
Egghead.
Egg! Together with a Settle Burger, who's out there right now, doing some seriously progressive sonic experimentation, we like to think of ourselves as music venue organisers.
Music venue?
We have many in the pipeline, officer.
That means they haven't set up a single one yet.
You see, we've been all over Jamrock North, prospecting for real estate to establish a new venue in.
Oh.
Also for talent.
Yeah, thank you, Egghead. And while there is no shortage of raw, unfettered talent spinning tapes in Jamrock, we've had rotten luck with the real estate part.
Place is a shithole.
I apologise for my friend Noid's potty mouth. I realise this is not how you speak to a police officer. He has authority issues. Which brings me to the problem of occupied ecclesiastical property. I bet you've noticed the derelict hive of narcomania on the coast. I'm talking about the church, and I'm not exaggerating. Even a place of spiritual refuge can become a magnet for all sorts of dopeheads and burnouts if left unattended.
Dopeheads. Burnouts.
Well, I'm sad to say, that's exactly what happened. Sad because we were just about to put Martinez on the map with one of the maddest dance clubs in Jamrock. Nah, strike that, in Revershoal.
Strike that. The word.
And sadder yet, because the dopeheads and burnouts hold up in there are the worst kind.
He leans back a little, watching you with a steady, serious gaze, letting you imagine just how bad those dopeheads and burnouts really are. Good. This calls for an opinion. You're an expert in those.
Oh, exporting opinions. Ah.
The spooky kind. I was hoping you would be the judge of that, officer. All I can say is, their spookiness is the kind that keeps us from restoring this church into a community centre and a place of spiritual refuge.
Also, they don't eat or clean the building. Shit's gonna collapse.
People just wanna spin tapes without them spooking it up. Place has bad signs. No one can dance like that.
Thank you, Egghead. So you're gonna look into it, right? It should be a police matter. Getting them out. Whatever spooky stuff they're doing, I'm sure it's not what the Ecclesiastes meant their property for. All right, man.
I love getting tasks. I get everything.
I asked Noid to install a measure against more drifters wandering in. A padlock. It's a temporary fix. Just something to contain the situation.
I had to do it in an hurry. Not my best work, but it should hold for a while.
Of course. Noid, give the officer the key.
All right.
Alright. My reaction speed is decent. Mivik dips into his belt pack and produces a yellow key, then makes a sudden confused moves, tossing it in your general direction. Cool cop, cool cop.
You
Yes.
sense the trajectory of the little piece of metal and plastic. The object makes a small ringing sound as it approaches. Just the tiniest chime to your left.
Catch it.
Ka-ching! The key hits your palm. The speed freaks nod to you approvingly.
Key hits your palm. Approvingly. Bask in their glory. Thanks, man. Play it cool.
The speed freak thoughts, do you?
Yes. I am cool.
Not long. Like a week, maybe?
This is cool.
Thank you. We just thought it was the right thing to do.
Right.
Sure, man. Tell us what you want to know. Let's do it. Truth is, I don't really know. None of us do. I don't even know how many there are. All we've seen are glimpses. Yes, there's also the machinery. When I first scouted the place, back in February, it was abandoned, empty. Took some time getting the crew together. So about 2 weeks ago, we came here hoping to set the stuff up. Suddenly, there are all these strange machines lying around in there.
One of them has wires running into bowls of water. Wires into water. Never seen anything like it.
Oh.
Andre, tell him about the feeling.
Oh, and it felt like there was something in there with us, watching us from the dark.
No, the other one.
Which other one? I'm not as in tune with my emotions as you are, Egg.
Felt like silence. Awful silence.
Not exactly. We've just seen someone who we think is a woman go in and out of the church. A couple of times. And we felt someone or something eyeing us inside. But that's kinda it. Like, you aren't alone, you know?
It wasn't quite human, if you know what I mean.
Not human, as in a ghost? Do you know what he means?
It was this dark shape climbing upside down along the ceiling, like some kind of crab man. Yeah, you know, the way it was climbing up and around the ceiling, like a crab.
It was stalking a cell, exhibiting ambush behaviour.
Odd. Crabs are usually marine creatures and not known for climbing walls.
Yeah, totally. I mean, I didn't personally see it. Estelle was alone that time, but I believe her. If she comes out running and says there's a crab in there, there's a crab in there.
So he hasn't even been in there lately. Is he afraid?
You should ask her about it, but be nice. Don't tell her you don't believe in the crab.
There probably is no crab man. Don't let them draw you in with this nonsense.
You should talk to Noid about that. I just got a distinct burnout and dopehead sign from them. Probably jacked up to some snuff station too. Probably, very likely. Well, honestly, I can't. But I am.
This is a below feeble attempt at avoidance. Basically, he is attempting to weaponize idiocy.
I'm just an idiot. I don't know anything. Please. My own
Hey now,
laptop.
I'm 70% sure they're substance abusers.
That's a nice idiocy.
Don't let all that technology fool you. Where do you think the drugs come from?
Then he says technology. Oh, let's talk about
Sure.
something else.
What? Oh yeah, that's a meteor and name for the founding party. Thought it'd be cool to use it.
If you don't know what the founding party is, there might be a way to mask it with minor demagoguery.
Don't know what the founding party is.
Come to think of it, I've never really looked them up, you know? I can't give you a precise definition, but they're a very powerful religious organization.
And
And they have roots in ancient mass society. And they're the custodians of the Pericanassian Church. Plus, they anoint the innocents. They, like, made the Innocentic system, no?
yeah,
You're right, they do.
why is it that easy?
Pericanassian church is about love. And Nordic music is about love. I
Love.
got love for my Pericanassian posse. Love is the relay out of death. We dance.
He finally shakes the tape as if to see if he can break it.
Love is hardcore.
Unity!
Unity!
Make
Unity.
some noise for my Insulindian posse.
Turns the volume up, then looks at you with a knowing nod. As if it's obvious you're now baked into dance.
You feel it. The anodes and the cathodes coursing through you. Your big toe starts tapping along to the base, as if testing the waters.
Yeah! Dance! Dance, dance, revolution.
Oh yeah, it can.
He's coming around. You're
No.
getting it.
How's his friend often tells you from the shift screen? You're getting it! Way to be.
Feels good.
Yeah.
Yeah! Yakokata! The place to be!
Qatar?
Do it for the masses. Do it for the crew.
Was a fist of screwdriver some Zen and probably proving me
I
slow.
didn't want to say it, but it was pretty lame of you to imply otherwise. Anyway, you got more questions?
Well, it's pretty lame for you to imply otherwise. What? When did I apply it otherwise?
The one with the large head is still looking at you, nodding his head, waiting for your body to start moving.
Yeah.
You feel like you could go for a little disco when, or if, they get this club going. You've got it in you.
Yes. What? Yeah, good to have, bitch to carry. When I first scouted the place, I did some reconnaissance. I'm not sure the church even is running water. Oh,
He doesn't know what to say.
it's the one they sell at the fuel station.
Oh, Theo.
It's like he's lying to you, my liege. But he's slippery enough that there's nothing for you to grab hold of.
The what now? Oh, the old Ultra. We,
He's like an actor, looking to the souffleur for his line.
I have a major sinus infection, stuffy nose. We all do. Shit's all blasted up. Winter, can't even breathe.
Fine with me.
That's all Nosafed's doing. Without the Noser, I'd be drowning in shit right now.
Nosafed is the shit.
I have some of those problems too.
Sure. Here you go, officer. The Noser. Blast away.
That's the right.
He nods enthusiastically, no doubt a little relieved.
He nods enthusiastically. Unexplained nose of head. That's all I got. Logic though. I feel like I'm pretty, but that's a big check. It is a light check, so I can retry it, but logic, huh?
As always, we'll be right here, waiting patiently for the news. Yeah.
That's not what he's saying, but okay.
So you had a talk with Andre, and now you want to discuss things with Noid. Good.
Good. Skin shows to the holes in the Speedfix 2 launch straddle. One of them an open toolbox full of carpentry tools and pots.
It's good you talked to Andre first. Gave me time to get a reading on your sign. Can't really talk to people before you get a reading.
His hair, which is combed back and mock serious and continues to fit with some giggles.
Yeah,
Right.
gotta compare. See if we can align. I suck at socialising, man. Even
Aw.
now, our sign synchronisation is way off. But I'll see what I can do. Weird stuff. Specialised. There was a data processor and some sort of long-wave machinery.
Something so wrong, mate.
Wires going into water. Gives off a spy sign. Or some fucked up Samaran science sign.
Science.
The kind that goes head first into the supernatural.
The People's Republic of Samara is a product of Revachel's sister revolution on the Gran Isola. It's known as a severely degenerated rogue state.
Rogue state. Council of God is known as a severely degenerated rogue state.
I know, man. I was just talking about the aesthetic. Most of it doesn't exist, but there's also stuff that isn't allowed to exist, because the moralists think it's too dangerous for the plebs.
The plebs! Here we go.
Psionic powers, pale-related diseases, pretenders pretending to be human, folk rights, that kind of stuff. The
They can't know.
hardcore aesthetic is esoteric. It's not meant to be discussed with the law at this moment.
I can see that. Photo sign matching would be good for us. One way to achieve science equality would be getting us into the church. How logical can I be? Come on. I gotta have more logic stuff here. Kindness. Logic. Well, that's +3 to logic because of glasses too.
Hi again. So, how are things going?
Almost saw the toothbrush on the meal in front of him. 42? I'll try it.
A number
Hey.
of things don't add up. Let's take a look.
Yo.
How
Go.
about gather around, kids?
Okay. How about gather around, kids? Sure.
The young speed freak puts down a busted capacitor and looks at you. The one with the large head seems very enthusiastic about whatever you have planned. Their would-be leader is less amused.
I have reason to believe I was a police detective.
But you still are.
But everyone in here sees I'm a disgrace to the uniform. Imagine that.
What happened?
Egghead looks serious suddenly. Suddenly! I did. I happened to myself.
That's a real downer.
He shakes his large head. There's still some detective left in me.
Speed freak is silent.
This isn't the makings of a club, it's a tent full of laboratory equipment for manufacturing drugs. Oh boy.
I have no idea how you arrived at that conclusion, but it's wrong. Look, we even have speakers.
He points at the speaker.
One speaker. They have one speaker.
What's his friend? Did he lose his friend?
What do you mean, friend?
Oh, the speaker, you have only one.
It's a one-speaker system. It's monodynamic. You wouldn't know the first thing about sound reproduction in anodic music. Other speaker.
First thing about sound reproduction.
This may be the brain damage talking, but you've definitely never heard of monodynamic or one-speaker systems.
One speaker system. Here for its active ingredient.
He said it was for his nose. What more do you want?
Likely pseudoephedrine, almost exactly the shape of ephedrine. Ephedrine makes you happy, so does pseudoephedrine.
Oh, it's not a clean lab.
All cellular-based life. What's your point, Lawbringer?
Lawbringer.
No shit.
He sounds tired. You try to use a police detective to set up a drug lab.
That's... Come on, that's...
Come on, that's against the law, punishable by summary execution. By summary execution.
It's not.
His eyes are wide with fear. So what are we going to do with you?
What do you mean, do?
Do? As long as I force you to tell me everything, then I pass judgment.
What do you mean by lenient?
Now coming back and hauling all you up to pen for startles. And we hold on the dirtiest cop this side of the river.
He thinks for a moment, then opens his mouth, but closes it again, then finally raises his hands.
Things are just way too hard for an entrepreneur in this city. It's not like we're not going to turn the church into the wickedest club in East Revershaw.
Because we are! We totally are!
We've
Yeah.
just got to turn it into a speed lab first.
You know, to get our foot in the door.
Our foot in the door.
Like I told you, spooky arseholes moved in while I was getting all this stuff together. A month ago, the place was empty, and now it's all spooked up.
Okay.
No, man, they're spooky, all right. It's just that they would also probably call the police if we started cooking speed in there.
But the sign was way off too! I couldn't feel the love at all!
Sir, you promised you'd be lenient.
So you promised to be lenient. Bribe, arrest, evict. I'm not gonna decide what to do with you.
We can continue on an amiable path, right? No more misunderstandings, no more lies.
No, it's
Before
fine.
you go, is there anything else you need?
That's all for
As
now.
always, we'll be right here, waiting patiently for the news. Yeah!
Yeah.
Huh? I see you're here again. Offside, man. Did I mention getting us into the church would help?
Okay.
The large-headed youth has cloaked.
Incremental progress! Yeah!
Alright, goodbye. Oh, that was fun. Like, incremental, yeah. Oh, that was fun. Nothing.
You take the legal documents out of the envelope. A 12 to 40 month construction period and the
Hey,
zone
hey,
plan
Dev.
in the addendum.
How you doing? How you doing? Hi. Yeah, the Google Fiber transition. I understand.
In her late teens or early 20s, kneels on the ice with an electronic contraption in her hand. Hearing you approach, she looks up.
Oh, hello there.
Good
She
to see you.
must be Estelle, the last of the speed freaks, Hossie. Everyone knows drugs make you invulnerable to cold. You bet this one likes to party.
Must be a suit.
That's my name. I take it you have met the others. Did they tell you about the church and the club thing?
Yeah.
Will you help us? That's cool by me.
No,
She looks prettier all of a sudden. The muscles of her face have relaxed. She must be quite pleased.
Oh, you want a party?
What?
I say it again loud, so you might have hold you over the wind. Do you want to party? I said you should have a hat on. Do you want to party?
Yeah, I heard you. What do you mean by party?
Yes. What do you
What do
mean?
you mean? That sounds serious. The worst. The worst.
You know, that sounds kinda nice.
Emotional
No,
stuff.
it doesn't. You. If you were intending to use an unorthodox questioning technique for this branch of the investigation, which by the way is tangential at best, you should have let me in on it.
Tangential at best.
As it stands, I'm going to have to thwart your plan by explaining to the woman that we are police officers.
For this branch. Alright. We are police officers.
Oh, of course.
She's waiting.
She's waiting. Let's see this
I
plan.
did, and I'm sorry. For what it's worth, which isn't much.
This is why I didn't go into the tent. Typical delinquency.
You don't get to choose your posse, they choose you. Mine are idiots, but they're mine. I tried to talk Andre out of it.
No, try harder. Sending a cop is no joke. Okay, I'm local. I just wanted you to know that I know about the plan.
I know. I should have been able to control them, and I will in the future. I promise. May I ask, what did you tell them?
I'd have to look into the social
Oh,
situation.
right. That's wise. Take your time.
Take your time.
Oh, that. You're not going to believe me. There's no point in me telling you.
She's less prone to blurt it out, Crab Man, than the others.
Yeah, tell me.
I went in and I saw a woman next to one of those machines there. Noid calls it a mainframe. She was dressed like someone who's been raised by their grandmother, you know, strange old clothes. Had this absent expression, didn't say anything, just stood still.
Go on.
And then, you know, right behind her, a man crawled down the wall. Upside down like a crab, down the church wall. I think the woman didn't even know he was there. He was completely silent. He
What the-
stopped right before he got to the floor, then just hung there like that, looking at me. Right at me. I fucking turned around and walked out. End of story.
Like a crab, you say?
His face is dumb.
It was too dark. I couldn't tell exactly.
Come on. She obviously could. She already went into detail.
He looked like a banger, okay? He was all muscular and stuff.
Muscular.
The mesh tank top. I know it sounds ridiculous, but that only made it scarier in a way.
Crab. And a banger?
And a banger.
Yes, a banger. As in a mess gang member. I know what it sounds like, but that's what I saw.
No. I do believe you.
Why?
What do you stay in the game?
Nothing. Anyway, what else?
Yeah.
My associates? I haven't got much to say about them. Of course I do. I just don't tell people about my friends and who they are and so on. I don't provide information on them.
To the cops.
Me? I'm a silver bird.
A
Oh,
silver
Lord.
bird. Feels strangely familiar. Was it an expression? And if yes, then for what? Then your mind slips and the thought is gone.
Okay.
Don't know what makes you think it'll be any different later, but
What?
this is a portable recording device.
Ooh.
It's for field recording. Low quality, but still. Actually,
Yes.
just one wire. I picked on it till the braiding came loose. The wire leads to a contact microphone. A contact mic records sounds from inside things, like this ice.
Your mangled brain would like you to know there is a boxer called Contact Mike.
Contact Mike. Yeah, and he's on my wife's name about my model.
No. You're welcome.
Thanks, Encyclopedia. What does that mean?
Mike? I don't exactly know. Somehow it doesn't pick up vibrations from the air. The book said it only picks up structure-borne sound, if you like technobabble. Yeah, I record stuff with it.
No, I mean the voxel.
No. This is a contact microphone. It's for recording inside solid objects. Contact mic just beats,
Just beats
people up.
people. You know, Contact Mike does beat people. Contact Mike is a war model.
An entire litany spews forth.
Time to go about my export boxing knowledge. There's overcome social, physical, and mental obstacles. He's not picking your nose to drug addict music. Oh my gosh.
Man, you are one weird cop.
About your lack of respect for what the box is great and for yourself. And for yourself.
What is it with you and this Mike guy?
He pauses. The questions rhetorical.
Okay. If it floats your boat, I'll be more like Contact Mike and less like me.
Oh, if it floats your boat, I'll be more like Contact Mike and less like me. I gave the thought the litany of Contact Mike. You know, boxing's pretty good. Selfish way not to meant to float any boats but your own.
I'll keep that in mind for future use.
Wants to check out tape recorder.
Same place I got the recorder from, the Palaceum. Oh man, you haven't been to the Palaceum? It's the coolest place in this whole drug-addled shithole. It's a music club and a synthesizer workshop on Baker Street in Jamrock. Musicians live there, like real musicians. I once saw Arno van Eyck.
Who's
Oh
on
yeah,
there?
guess you wouldn't know Van Eyck, or really be a Palaceum going kind of person.
Get down.
I don't know what that means.
I grind.
I don't know what that means either.
It means I'm hip beyond my years. Nor do I, but I have concrete evidence that I walked in the form of a rec tape player in a completely trashed hotel room.
That's cool.
Looks like she doesn't know what to say. The lifetime has deserted me.
Sucks, man. Was there something else? About the Contact Mike, perhaps?
I lost morale for saying time has deserted me. About the Contact Mike, perhaps. Okay, so none of my questions for you.
Okay.
What do you think I hear in the cold?
Recording, I guess.
What are you recording
I
exactly?
think I'm recording cracks in the ice. But there's no way to tell. Not without headphones. I think I just recorded your footsteps too. Not sure how that will sound. My boyfriend sold them.
Oh,
I don't know, man. Things. Just stuff you need for life.
A lie. They were probably pawned off for something suspicious.
sus. Sus. Get out of my head, get out of my head.
The musicians in the Palaceum used them for making music. They looped the stuff, cutting the tapes together. They make music out of cracks in the ice and keys jangling. Crazy sounds like that. It's hard to explain.
Experimental.
Anyway, I thought I'd make some too. It's supposed to be, like, a music place anyway. I don't really know what I'm doing. They use synthesizers too. I don't have a synthesizer.
The sharp drop in endorphins is almost visible, like a warm blanket has fallen off her shoulders. The wave of chill, the quivering jaw, indications of a drug high.
Drug high.
This, your call.
Then he begins to take off his jacket.
No man, fuck that, I'm cool. I'm sorry I said that. I'm sorry about the fuck.
Oh,
It's okay.
not my hat. Need this more than I do. Not my cool hat. It's more than I do. No, I like my hat. That's one of the
Go
questions.
ahead.
The tape recorder lies on the ice like a discarded toy. Pick it up. What? This is a what? Actually, that's
Okay. Bye.
why on earth would I want to take the mic? Patience to do this. I like my hat. Alright, what's my empathy? I don't think I have that much empathy in me. Ah. Here's one. And so many clothes. So little stuff I need.
Hello again.
Sure.
The device is cold to the touch. An angular Omicron logo adorns the yellow plastic cover. Underneath you see a reel of tape rolling. You put the device back on the ice.
Okay, that's it. That's fine.
Yes?
Oh, here we go. And the paste of sunshine brings you into the world. Oh. So I found the ice. A nice ice. And rock shuffle. What does contact mic thought mean? Temporary research bonus. No pain, no gain. Conceptualization. Push it. Drama, make it. Dragon of open competition. Really doesn't get any better than this. Any better. Both inside and outside the ring. Stop. Point at someone in the distance. Pointing finger at him. He will point his finger back at you. Vaulting and impossible golf for finance and privilege too. What a weird fall. Thought be gone. I'm going to walk the long way around. No new tasks. What is this building? I'm exploring, I'm finding new things. Out of a very large building fall on you. Aldo Charlie Dog, there's something like I still have to tell. Money. Sorry, St. Brun 1147.
Heavy wooden doors, more than twice your height, stand shut in front of you. The rectangular sea-worn ornamentation appears in stark contrast to the padlock, carelessly drilled into the wood.
Like the
Carved
coffin tree.
on the door is block-like and angular, like the church itself. Two large beams shoot downwards, sinking into the wood before they reach the threshold. The surface is smooth from the wind, but moist to the touch. This cheap-looking
Moist.
padlock is sturdily built. It shackles together a hasp and a staple screwed into the wooden door. The lock is adorned with a yellow sticker. It'll be easier to break the staple than the lock. Also, that sticker is interesting, somehow. You see
Look
a
at the
yellow
sticker.
circle with two X's and a big curve below them that looks like a mouth.
Oh, an
I'm
X-face.
pretty sure you haven't seen it before, but what the symbol depicts is clear enough. A smiling dead guy. The curve makes it smile, and the X's make it dead. There is something blindingly
Wow.
modern about this symbol. Its modernness puts to shame everything you've seen before.
I got a pretty neat thought that becomes a new active. I'll explain it in a bit. But just note that conceptualization happened. I healed them around and got 10 XP for that.
It's the contrast between the cheery, chemical yellow and the rigor mortis. As if the cheery guy didn't know he was dead, or the dead guy didn't care that he was. Either way, you get the sense the forces of future are at work here. He takes off his glasses and uses a blue handkerchief to thoroughly wipe them clean before inspecting the sticker. Then he looks up, pauses, and replies.
No.
Good. What does it look like to you?
Looks like a dead man smiling. Suggests junior delinquency. For Revachol ZOC, the Moraline
Under
team
control.
defines junior delinquents as minors between the ages of 10 and 16 who have committed an act in violation of the law. These acts aren't called crimes as they would be for adults. Crimes committed by minors are called delinquent acts. This was part of your officer's exams.
In his coat pocket.
I haven't seen that sticker before, and I'm not a youth.
Padlock, padlock, padlock. Also the irony here.
That level of conceptual thinking is not part of my skill set.
That level of conceptual thinking. Oh, I can get better interface than that. With my super gloves. Face interface, interface. That's just the same gloves a lot.
Heavy wooden doors.
I want the
Twice
stickle.
your height stand shut. Your hands are clammy from the sea air. The piece of sticker keeps slipping away.
Do you see that? Do you see this? I failed a 97% roll by getting a critical failure. Failure! And look at that. It's only a failure because it still would be enough, but because a 1-1 is always a failure, it fails because of it. Oh no. Oh yeah, I got the armor gloves. My hands are red.
The lieutenant hands you a blue handkerchief. He looks a little dismayed when he gets it back crumpled. However, it should be easier to peel the sticker off.
3%. Hey, look at this though. I can try again because I dried my hands. XCOM. I want it.
There's
Oh,
nothing
thank
like the
goodness.
sound of a sticker unpeeling. Now it's stuck to your thumb.
In my thumb. That's stuck to your thumb. Put the stick on your ledger after the last entry though belongs. Put the stick on your ledger right on the cover.
Voila. Looks very modern.
Secret task complete. Style your paperwork. Ah yeah, I got a cool sticker on mine. I decorate. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Looks very modern.
You're part of the Future Brigade now, and so is your formerly humdrum ledger. Neon, baby.
Neon baby! Yo! Hey Moose, how you doing? F? What's F? F where? I'm decorating my ledger. It's cool. It's cool now. Neon baby. That's a lot of XP to get too.
This cheap look, it'll be easier to break the staple than the lock. Also, that sticker is interesting.
Hey,
Somehow.
I already got the sticker, thank you. Alright, key.
The lock turns easily. You hear a click as the shackle pops open.
Let's go.
Following the
Great
rules.
whoosh of air rushes into the dark innards of the church, as though rushing to fill a great vacuum in the heart of the city.
Dun dun. Pictures. Strange stillness fills you as you look at it. You should walk here, not one. Oh boy. Alright, walk only. I agree. Wooden figure looks half finished. You have anything to say, Kim?
Yes?
Nothing. Nothing. Hey, wait. Does my ledger Look different. Where's my level? Oh, it's a tool. Yeah, I don't see the sticker on it. More of the fork line panels you saw outside. Block beetles? No, looks intentional. Some long forgotten style. Watch. This skill point. The black bolt is filled with complex equations. They look recent. With radio frequencies? Interesting. Two decks of reel-to-reel tape spinning on empty. Portable Harmon Washi tape recorder. Is it possible it's recording something? Someone's softening electrical current from outside into this antenna. Hey, it's a radio thing.
A machine stands in the corner, watched over by the figures on the stained glass window. It's turned on and quivering with soft electricity.
Another radio computer. And this time it's already turned on.
Seems cautious around the
We
machine.
should leave. I doubt this place bears any connection to the case. It's also quite similar to the one we have down at the station. Must be the same model.
I'm more careful not to touch
The one
anything.
you saw earlier was the Ream Civic. This is the Ream Prefect.
Prefect!
Model number RC7024. Equipped with a Feld mainframe and a Ream-compatible interim printer. The Ream Prefect is the governmental version of the commonly used Ream Civic model. Although mostly based on the same technology, the Ream Prefect is equipped with better noise attenuation circuits.
Continuation. Yeah, it's just
You
investigators.
see fluorescent play and print buttons on the keyboard. A hatch connected to the central compartment is wide open. The lieutenant says nothing. You see the machine's glowing frame reflected back from his diamond-shaped glasses. You're free to proceed. Behind the hatch sits a cube-like crisscross of filaments, smoldering in the dark like fireflies. Silver tape on the side says, in black marker, log, February to March.
Does say that.
Another filament memory. Press play to talk with the repeater.
But
Nothing happens.
I don't want to talk just yet. What's this?
In white, silver, and apricot faience, the young mother of humanism stands above you. A crack runs across her body. She is impossibly tall, oval-faced and sad. A dark and radiant majesty.
She's got whole lungs of parrot.
This is her innocence, Dolores Day.
It is, isn't it?
Cradled in her arms are a pair of glowing lungs,
Yeah.
clearly visible from underneath her flowing dress. You should kneel.
I'm underneath her flowing dress. Kneel.
Your knees touch the floor. The floorboards are hard and cold. There you kneel among the snowdrifts, diffuse light falling on your hands from beyond the glass.
Following a hand from beyond the glass. Close your eyes first.
The world is silent, but for the creaks and cracks of the massive wooden structure behind you, it covers you from the wind outside. The woman looks down at you kneeling. She towers among her followers, architects, laymen, courtiers.
Not yet.
There is a sad smile on her lips, and a glint in her green-blue eye of what? Compassion? Remorse? She acknowledges the passing of someone who is still alive.
There's that conceptualization. She knows there's a passing. She acknowledges the passing of someone still alive. It's not possible to live.
As that terrible word passes through your mind, The lieutenant draws an X-shaped cross from shoulder to shoulder. Your fingertips touch your chest 4 times. Then you rise from your knees into the apricot-colored light of the window. Above you, the woman still smiles her distant smile, sundered by the crack in the glass.
Eyes glisten with disco, baby! Disco Elysium. Oh my gosh. Fingertips. Only the woman still smiles so a distant smile, stunned by the crack in the glass. How did I know this is a mode of humanism?
Despite the damage you've done to yourself, the title appears lodged in your hippocampus. This is Her Innocence Dolores Day, the innocence of humanism, internationalism, and the welfare state. Perhaps the most famous human being ever to have lived. No amount of Commodore Red can wipe her sad smile from your brain thing. It has survived the deluge and haunts you still, and will haunt you forever, as it haunts all men.
Haunt you forever and haunts all men.
The highest category of historic individual, an embodiment of the world spirit. More, an innocence is elected to office by the founding party, a precedent that has taken place a mere 6 times in the entirety of history. The legal system of the Real Belt is built to accommodate an authentic rule should it coincide with our time. An innocence is infallible. The decisions made by one are not decisions. They are inevitabilities. What would have happened anyway? Only accelerated, packed into decades instead of centuries. An innocence is a continuous, compressed event, a sacred human being. It is an honor and a glory to live when one is in office. No, we are alone. 300 years ago, in the wake of the discovery of this Isola, the Insulindian, by explorers from the continent of Burundi, she is, among other things, the innocence of inter-isolary travel and the connected world. Many things, you know she was a woman of the court, the wife of an influential Marchese, and eventually the principal advisor to Irene La Navigateur, Queen of Suresnes, modern-day Sir Laclais, also that she was gorgeous beyond beauty. Terribly, women of the court were expected to play both contract bridge and chess sufficiently well to prove an interesting challenge to a man. A simple grasp in matters of philosophy, theology, and science was encouraged. She was, by all means, a kept woman. She made the most of her position in the antediluvian court, a court visited by the most prominent thinkers and artists of the day. In secret, she was becoming the era's preeminent philosopher of the state, a scalpel, a piercing gaze.
These innocents sounds like those just the best people ever.
She was an almost preternaturally magnetic and intelligent individual. To her contemporaries, she appeared out of time, a messenger from the future of the species. We all fell in love with her, head over heels. Even before she was declared an innocence, her influence was tremendous.
Okay.
It was on her advice that Irene La Navigateur sponsored a number of voyages into the Pale, a costly, often tragic endeavor, ultimately vindicated by the discovery of the new world, the piece of reality you're standing on. She was crowned 2 years after the first expedition returned, setting in motion what is widely considered the greatest era in history, the DeLorean era.
Wow.
Wow, indeed. When her innocence was declared, and the queen she had advised for years fell on her knees before her, she was so overcome with emotion that her lungs started glowing in her chest.
Lungs.
Bystanders reported golden filaments lighting the already sunlit chamber around her, clearly visible beneath her dress. That is why the lungs are the symbol of love for the cultures of the Riel Belt.
Symbol of love. So it's lungs. Love is in the lungs here, not the heart. Oh.
As did we all. The lands of the Mesk and the Occident, and even far away Supramuindi, altogether 21 of the 40 Mundial nations of the time, immediately accepted Innocentic rule, even before her crowning. In a city called Advesperaskit in Vespa Messina, her homeland, the name of the city means evening comes, but it happened on a winter's morning, with the canals frozen and slush falling out of the sky. She was dressed in a white and pearl dress on an emptied-out plaza with the crowd far away. Already, her Theriers, the secret servicemen of the Innocents, were worried about an assassination attempt. Oh yes, she looked like humanity's young mother, a perfect mother,
Oh,
insultingly beautiful. It was as if her face and shoulders and hands were covered in a soft down of underfeathers. You know this well, very well. Midwinter snow was beating the cobblestones around her. A small attaché of officials stood by as her Theriers placed a white gold wreath on her head. The crowning was mostly witnessed by secret servicemen. One of the men in this secret service killed her 22 years later, a young man who had come to suspect that Dolores Day was not entirely human, but something else. Something that had walked in our midst, watching us stumble for hundreds, if not thousands of years, until it decided to interfere in the course of our history. We were supposed to come up with this ourselves, the man was reported to have screamed at the Innocents. Dolores Day was shot in the chest with a fowling piece 8 times. The man, thought to be insane, said he once touched her and her body had been unnaturally warm, like a furnace, and that sometimes, while on duty, he observed her forgetting to breathe for over 10 minutes.
What?
This inhuman quality was witnessed by many others as well, glowing lungs and all. It is commonly attributed to mass hysteria and religious psychology. Terrifying is a term too emotionally charged for your semantic memory, or what remains of it. But although she is often considered to be the greatest human being to ever live, there was something ominous about Dolores Day, constantly surrounded by her Theriers. She was the most socially secluded and least self-aware of all the Innocences. Some modern thinkers would consider her a war criminal for the campaigns she waged against the Mesk state. And then there were the resettlement programs. The Mesk state tried to detach itself from Innocentic rule. Parts of the world were experiencing whiplash from accelerating into secularism. Her mandatory education programs and mass resettlement of upstream Margritte were problematic as well. Dissenters were suppressed by a military force she called the Army of Humanity, suggesting those who fight against it are not part of humanity. She adored chess, yes, but also military war games. Dolores Day often holds a tiny tin soldier between her index finger and thumb in icons such as this. She was also blonde, the blondest woman you have ever seen, with green eyes the color of the Pacentic, mare interregnum.
Tiny tin soldier. I don't see one of those here.
Little is known of her Marchese husband. It's as if he vanished from history after completing his role, which was to introduce Dolores Day to court. In conclusion, yes, there is something lonely paranoid, and even terrifying that people seldom mention but feel when they think of her. This subtle terror is part of her iconography.
Lieutenant Yefreiter, you've stood there for over 5 minutes.
That was in the corner of the church. You've been looking at this thing for over 5 minutes.
What are you thinking of, if I may ask?
Not connected to the case. War criminal.
That she is. A great sacred piece. I wonder what we are doing here, however. In this church, I mean. The coast in general. We shouldn't linger. This isn't a good place to get lost in. The old woman in the village was right. This must be the Delorean Church of Humanity in Martinez, or the Small Pinewood Church in some records. It's a minor landmark, not easy to find. Most maps misplace it. It was built not long after Revachol's founding, 300 or so years ago, by first-generation settlers.
On the coast of an uninhabited archipelago where only animals had roamed before, in the wild reeds.
There used to be 7 stave churches on the coast. Les Sept Sœurs, we call them, the 7 sisters. Only one remains. The rest were burnt in the revolution or used for building materials. We should be respectful here, although the building appears to be deserted. I do not believe we'll find anything connected to the lynching here. Something else, perhaps?
Respectful? Is the lieutenant a follower of Deloreanism?
Yes, we all are. Her name, body, and rule are synonymous with humanism. The laws we enforce are Delorean in origin.
The woman looks by in silence, smiling enigmatically.
It's not spiritual, it's constitutional. The Delorean system does not demand faith, only accordance.
Get that visual cackle someday. Oh, that increases visual calculus too. Good, good.
These are some wonderfully regular pants. Not too tight, not too loose, moderate in every sense. You'll blend right in at some pleasant dinner party. I know you do. These Inter-Isolari pants are like wearing a perfect compromise in your nether regions. No one will call the moral intern on you like this, that's for sure. You're a little more moralist now, buddy. A little more normal, even if you didn't want to be. Makes sense? This is what wearing boring office trousers does to you. The mother of humanism stands above you. The precious and a jigsaw of broken shards falls into place in front of you. A ghostly reconstruction of the stained glass window. Before it was shattered, there was an older woman beneath the younger one. And a text, a light motif below them both. Unknown.
Unknown. It zooms in. It's dramatic. He doesn't know.
A motor carriage, a gunshot, someone falling into it, or maybe just hooligans looking for something to break. The scutcheon on her throne says, Irene the Navigator. She is depicted as an older woman wearing thick-rimmed eyeglasses, holding a golden Reichsapfel in one hand and a scepter in the other. This is the queen her innocence day advised. Above, she herself is whole. Small figures of wise men, common men, worshippers walk up the stairs to stand at her feet. Secret servicemen, 30 years, stand in a row guarding her. It must have taken years to produce this work in all its dizzying detail. Below both women, in luminous black letters, Après la vie, mort. Après la mort, la vie de nouveau.
Looks like it repeats itself.
And then, along the left side, Après le monde, la gré. Après le gré, le monde de nouveau.
Yeah, bon. Say so.
After life, death. After death, life again. After the world, the pale. After the pale, the world again. This is the great leitmotif of humanism, a summary of the effect of the discovery of this Isola, the Insulindian, on human thinking. A tremendous sea change akin to finding life after death.
Death. Life again. After the world, the pale. After the pale, the world again. This exaltation is common in Dolorian sacralism. In the early years, it was even incorporated as the RCM slogan. No more, however. It was deemed subservient to use a strongly moral intern-related motto. We already suspected of bootlicking. The sentence was also seen as too feminine. It was a macho thing.
A macho thing?
Justice, union, prudence, and force.
And force.
So do I.
Biggest communism builder.
The mother of humanism towers above you.
Oh, that was neat. I now know more about that. Photos for the photo lifeline went directly into it. Could these wires work as contact microphones? That's what I want to call pillow. I see free shoes. Background class, wonderful. There's littles on it too. There's not a whole lot in here. Hello, empathy.
Hey, her Innocence Dolores Day liked little figurines, right? Liked holding little men between her fingers, remember? You have the Headless Falcon Rider figurine. You should give it to her. Win her back. Don't be so pessimistic. Love doesn't die that easily. So very, very, very nifty. Nifty and mysterious. This is surely what the figurines are for.
Nifty and mysterious. I came up with my own task just because my thoughts said, hey, that looks pretty cool, huh?
The silence in this part of the church, it's almost palpable. All the shifting matter and shuffling of living things is gone. Nothing seems to exist beyond the church anymore. Maybe if you were to stand in just the right spot, even your footsteps would be completely silent. And then it's gone. Almost all of it, but for the faintest of hums. It seems the sound here is detached from its source somehow, if not blotted out outright. Truly unusual. You can hardly hear your own breathing. Your voice is barely audible. Not a howl, but the softest of whimpers. Your voice is you produce a few muffled thumps, after which the silence feels even more total somehow. The lieutenant points to his ears and shakes his head. Then he leans closer.
Can you hear anything? I wonder why the church was built with such strange acoustics.
Maybe the church was designed this way to prevent boisterous activity, singing and dancing, on its premises.
Could be.
He doesn't seem entirely convinced, though. The lieutenant points.
Can you hear anything? I wonder why.
Maybe the church was designed this way to prevent boisterous The lieutenant doesn't reply, but you can sense him. The orderly rows of ceiling panels become barely visible, then disappear completely in the darkness of the tower overhead.
I'm worried that the red checks won't let you try them again. Like, if you leave the conversation.
Just darkness without end. It makes your head spin. Filled with vague shapes of woodwork, the sense of a great height. There's nothing. You're dizzy and disoriented as you see dark and more dark rising.
Officer, what are you looking at?
You see something hanging from the rafters, looking straight at you with dark eyes. Maybe it's possible to talk to it.
That is interesting.
Is that a man? Looks more like part of the carpentry of the building came alive and is now studying you intently. The Crab Man. The man leaned forward a little, fixing you with a steady, unreadable gaze, then speaks.
I'm scared. Hoo-ha.
Habitual alcohol use has made you into a scared little pussy, Holmes. But don't worry, everything's gonna be alright. You come to the right place.
That accent is Villalobos, a peninsula in Mesk and a district in Jamrock. There's a sizable contingent of Villalobos-speaking Mesks in Revachol. Hold on. Stop it right there. Pussy, what's with this?
I just don't understand why the female sex organs have to be associated with weakness.
You really got a case of frayed nerves, pussy. And this usage comes from pusillanimous. Everybody knows that.
Oops.
Oops. Oops.
Chill out, man. Here you could receive the mother's love. And when you're ready, she will take your hand and lift you out of that despair at the bottom of that bottle.
This man is obviously a habitual narcotics user. Do we really need to question him?
Hey, and what was that about the bottle again? You haven't even drank that much lately. Lay off it already. Shish.
Está crudo, way. I see deep inside you. Your body and your spirit are suffering greatly from overindulgence. And you don't even know it. I was like you once, just dragging my feet to the next bottle. Shit was dark, Holmes.
You know, actually, since we're here, you may want to pay attention to what the ceiling climber is saying.
That's like you.
Don't trust me. Trust the mother.
Wasteland of
Imagine,
reality.
Holmes. This is the Church of the Mother of Silence. You are welcome here.
You have no idea what the fuck he's talking about. Is he just trying to throw you off your game?
Vedvik.
Whatever it is, he's quite confident about it. Just look how gracefully he sways. 'Tis not an act, my liege. Save him perchance he hath deceived his very self. This man is a zealot.
Zealot.
Other spooker? Oh, esa viejita es muy estudiosa. Don't know, Holmes.
Viaita is grandma?
Grandma.
No. I just call her viejita because of her clothes. She's actually quite young. Or maybe not that young. Age is just one of the many masks we wear. That's what I said, Holmes. Don't really follow her comings and goings. Just see her typing on her computer now and then. We got different interests. I'm afraid not, Essay. You just have to wait until she comes back, or
search through her radio computer.
Never known myself to be a crab. But if that's the name you got for me, I won't stop you from using it. I always thought of myself more like a flame, flickering along the rafters and beams. It may be that I gotta work on my technique.
Technique.
That's not the only technique he's working on. Look at those carved sculptures. And is that a satchel of tools over there?
Sure am. Whittling wood used to be something I just did to busy my hands. Now I use those same hands in service of something greater than my own restlessness. It's all just for the mother, man. No need to overthink it. I was in a gangway.
Gangway?
My memories of that time are faded. Most of them are already gone.
I'll put another two.
That's not really the point, I say. You gotta give yourself over to service. Service of the mother, that is.
Do you remember your name, sir?
Tiago's my name.
Tiago.
Those syllables don't mean much to me these days. A name isn't just your identity, but also, so to speak, your place amongst your fellows, your place in the world. I ain't got no use for such a place anymore.
I ain't got no use for such a place anymore. And I'm ready for two.
That's just the thing, Holmes. None of that matters.
Yeah,
This
yeah.
is a special place. There's a perforation in the world up there, a way out into nothingness. This church was built around it for purposes of veneration. I circled it, nurtured by the silence bestowed by the mother. One of these days, I'll be pure enough to go drink from it directly. No, no, no. There's a new god in town. And she can be painted or sculpted. Because she has no limb or even a face. She is the end. She is a cavity in the dark beyond sense. She saved me. But I couldn't describe her to you. No one can, Holmes. And no one ever will. I will be incinerated, but not destroyed. Finally, I won with the state of the world before reality began.
That sounds a bit like substitution behavior, no? You know a thing or two about that.
I'm a seraph, Holmes. I sing the mother's glory. I don't mean literal singing, Holmes. This is the mother of silence we're talking about. It's the singing of a burning heart. You may be thinking, but fire crackles. No, Holmes. That's the material that's burning. The flames themselves are without sound. Hard to say. I think I did some construction work here, back when I still had material worries. Up there, I realized what the true purpose of the church was. Been spending a lot of time here ever since. The past is nothing to me now, Way. It didn't belong to me. I think they were. A long time ago. I had to shed them like skins to get closer to the center of the silence. You could have them. I don't need them anymore.
These shoes look pretty dapper, actually.
It's not like that at all, man. It's just faith and joyful service.
Too gleeful, those words. He is lying. Not to you, to his very own self.
I heard that before, Way. And I know I can't convince you on the spot. But think, when's the last time you woke up from silent communion with a hangover, regretting what you did last night? She took you for a good spin, huh? Don't worry, bro. That love is but a drop compared to the ocean of the mother's love. The mother will eat all of you and never spit you out.
Sorry, let's move on.
I know it will take time. Don't sweat it.
The sinewy figure lingers on the wooden beams, blending into the shadows.
Police raid a while back.
Did you witness it?
Not really, or at least I don't remember much of it anymore. The mother's love has done its job. That's what's so great about the mother. It lets you forget about everything. The ones in the tent outside, right? I see them. Guessing they're the ones who call me a crab. Probably scared of me. Nah, man. They look pretty funny. And I don't harm no one anymore. Anyway. Why not? They wouldn't bother me none. I'm usually way up there, imbibing. Ain't no music on earth that can reach where I go. Might even be nice to have some company.
He's a nice guy. Crazy crab mate, but nice. Nice. Bengal silk scarf.
Oh, hey, Way. There's coffee in the back. Oh, wait. I meant the mother's love.
Coffee in the back. Something familiar about that. Coffee and stale cookies.
Look, man. I'm at liberty to talk about the sacred blaze of the mother's glorious heart, but not about the coffee. This is a spec. I circled it. Nerd.
The sinewy figure lingers on
Okay. What's the back? He seems alright. something at all about this church. I guess I'm gonna play with the radio computer, because why not?
The machine's keyboard, the speaker comes to life. Static seeps through the machine's planar magnetic driver. An old lady greets you. Her voice sounds 100 years old.
Good evening. Votre accident on Saint-Brun. This is the East Insulindian Repeater Station 1. Please repeat. Is this the personal log?
What? It's the same radio lady! She really is just a radio connector. But still Fortress accident?
It's the same old woman you spoke with through the radio computer in the doomed commercial area.
Good, thank you. Please repeat. Is this the personal log? I have two machines registered to this company name in Martinez. One on Saint-Brun, the other on Rue de Saint-Ghislaine.
Saint-Brun, that's the church. And Rue de Saint-Ghislaine? That's the doomed commercial area.
Anything else I can help you with? Good. Please repeat the password.
Let's look around. There's no use trying to guess the answer. Maybe he knows something.
No.
A hint system is not part of the protocol for repeater stations.
Received. Fortress accident. Is there anything else I can do for you? Sleep well, Fortress accident.
The machine's keyboard is still illuminated.
So why is there another Fortress accident here? Gotta see if this guy knows anything. How many owls? Sheesh.
Oh, hey, Wei. There's coffee.
Coffee in the back. Something familiar about that. Coffee.
Too many times, essay. You need it for something.
Surveys are a good way to fish for personal information, especially in the name of public safety.
So Drama, I think this is a terrible idea.
Don't sweat it, Vato. The password is afterlife death.
Afterlife death.
What you think of that? Makes me almost pity La Nilita Pequeña when I hear it.
Okay,
I think
thanks.
we're done here, essay.
Goes off into the darkness above.
That was an interesting conversation. However, I'm still not sure how it's relevant to our investigation.
Dude, I got the password. That was entirely relevant, alright? Maybe it's the same password for the other one too. I can only hope.
The machine's keyboard, the speaker comes.
Good evening. Fortress accident. Good. Please repeat. Good. I have unlocked the filament. After ending the call, please press print to access the filament. Fortress accident. Is there anything else I can do? Sleep well, Fortress accident.
The machine's keyboard is the printer prints out a long text document with dated paragraphs. It looks a bit like someone's journal. The first entry, made on the 4th of February, 51, by an unknown author, is short and concise. Arrived at the church. The door was boarded up, so I used the crowbar to get inside. Looks like the place has been deserted. Nothing out of the ordinary, but I'll ask around. Need to figure out how to get the electricity in. The lieutenant leans closer, scouring the printout over your shoulder. Just as you finish reading, He looks up, muttering under his breath.
4th of February. That's over a month ago. Whoever set up those machines has been here for quite a while. Our case? No, I don't think so. It must be some local eccentric.
6th of February, 51. Had a little chat with the local fishermen. Said I shouldn't go near that place, that the church was spooky and ridden with narcotics. It's a little spooky, all right. Still haven't figured out the electricity.
Yo. Yo. I can't contribute much at all. Cole's getting some stuff. Mm-hmm.
7th of February, 51. Finally got the electricity in. Next on the agenda, a new antenna. I'm thinking ESCA series, something advanced.
Why would anyone need any of this equipment here?
For setting up a radio computer. 8th of February, 51. Bought the antenna, had some problems setting it up. Called Simor for help. Heard the others are back to making art. Drinking somewhere out of town. Sulislav started a rock band again. Lexi has been seen asking money from strangers. But at least the artists have their act together. They're qualified labor. They can get work anywhere. Graphic design, ads. The programmers are doing fine too. I mean, they're programmers. The writers, though, they're fucked.
Oh my.
I just have to find out what caused that data loss and be done with it. Still don't understand how it managed to wipe out the backup, when the backup wasn't even connected to the front. I know. Everyone thinks it's impossible. They say I must be lying. I'm here to set it right.
Seems like something to do with radio computers. Unfortunately, I don't know enough about them to understand what the author is saying. Something about the backup data getting destroyed, and how everyone thought it was the author's fault. Let's just keep reading. I think these people worked in the radio computer games business, the one we saw in the Doom commercial area. They must be our former co-workers.
12th of February, 51. Brought some food from the grocery store. Apparently, there's a strike going on in the harbor. Definitely not happy to see the Martinez people again. Everything's now set up in the church. Going to start working tomorrow, 8 a.m.
The strike. We are nearing the date of the murder. Keep reading. I'm interested now. I want to know what's that radio anomaly that sent this person here in the first place.
Oh my gosh. And they all be real quick. Hoi, hoi, hoi. I am back. Live scene. There we go. I start having the disco Asian voice in everything I do. Which voice, Dev? There's plenty. Come the cop. I think I know what this is.
February 51. I've been sending data up to Lintel for a while now, trying to recreate the data loss, but nothing. Didn't even feel like logging in, the disappointment. But I did discover a curious audio-spatial anomaly at the back of the church. I've named it the Swallow. It swallows sound. Need to get some mics.
Is she talking about?
28th of February, 51.
Logical reflex.
The first recordings confirm that the Swallow is real, and I'm not just losing my mind. It's a pillar of silence, with a diameter of approximately 3 meters. Seems like the higher I go, the less I record. This might be a coincidence, or it could be connected to the data loss that led me here.
Long is the same voice. True, the narrator's the same voice. But they have different inflections sometimes, so it's funny.
The pillar of silence. She is talking about the silence. Is she suggesting it's more than just an architectural quirk?
Architectural quirk.
The lieutenant doesn't answer. He follows your gaze, studying the basins. The water shines in them. No ripples. March 51. Some kind of young disco men have appeared next to the church.
Disco men.
I've been trying to record the silence to find the epicenter, but now it turns out I've also been capturing the future of dance music, one neo-disco song over and over again.
The future of dance music?
Fortunately, the song is so monotonous, I was able to devise an algorithm to factor it out. The other day, one of the disco men came in. Before I could even say hello, she got scared and left. Good, I don't want anyone distracting me from my work. That disco man must be a cell.
The girl on the ice? Sounds like her, yes.
Yes.
March 51. I got a call from the repeater station. Someone has tried to access the radio computer in our old office in Martinez. Can't do anything about it. The storekeeper still doesn't want to let me inside the building. Thinks I'm part of some kind of curse. How Martinez of her.
How Martinez of her. That's me, I'm the one who broke into the radio. Storekeeper must be patient.
I knew it wasn't a good idea to meddle with that machine.
That's me! I broke into it.
No. It was a great idea. You're learning things. This is how you learn things about machines.
Yes.
March 51. A new 2-meter aux cable. Noodles. Crackers. Ping pong energy drinks.
Ping pong or ping ping.
Toothpaste. Gum. Also some canned air. Is interrupted by the sound of the church door opening. A strange woman makes straight for the radio computer.
Uh-oh. Sooner the programmer. Hi.
Breaking into my radio computer, I see.
She glares at you as she holds down the off button for several seconds. The mission reboots.
Yes, you are breaking in, but not into her radio computer. You're a master circuit bender.
What?
I do apologize for the intrusion, madame. We are with the RCM, you see.
I'm using it to access coalition military data links? What? I'm presenting something musical than you organize. Sure.
Well, you won't find any music venue organizers here.
Get the machine more back to
It's
life.
just me and my computer, and it has been this way for weeks. Now please give me some room. I need 2 seconds to see that you haven't destroyed anything.
We should talk to her after she has rebooted the machine.
What is it?
Yeah, we didn't know about the point machine.
No, you just printed out my personal log and wasted some paper.
That looked like a big loss. Ooh.
Yes. Or no. Not anymore. That project is dead.
Oh.
I am Soona Luukkanen Kilde, the former lead programmer of Fortress Accident and RSA radios. I have over 16 years of programming experience, and I'm proficient in both Vox and Orbis languages. If you're not here to hire me, I don't really know how I can help you.
Did she say over 16 years of experience? She must have started programming when she was still a teenager. That still doesn't answer what she's doing in an abandoned church.
Nope. Yes. No, you're right. I'm not. I brought them here. These are my machines. Please don't touch anything. I use the AR-1 as my RAIN prefix processing unit. Mm-hmm. Yes? You really don't know anything about radio computers, do you?
Yeah, stop walking now.
Alright. Well, all radio computers perform operations up on air. So in order to gain more processing power, you need to invest in a good antenna. On the front, the unified front of radio waves, licensed and controlled by Lintel in the East Insulindic region. It's all around us. That's what on-air means.
Like love.
Like love.
I guess it is. So far I've been quite satisfied with it. Martinez is an unstable region with bad coverage, and the operation has been surprisingly stable. But it's not the cheapest one on the market. So I wouldn't recommend it for your regular red tape operations. Fraser 1000 is a foolproof line for civilians. Anyway, you should do some research before you decide to buy anything. Ask around, compare the prices. There are many milieus dedicated to that sort of thing.
What the heck?
I'm working.
The machine seems almost alien with its pulsing core, the light casting her face in a strange shadow.
Could you just shh for a moment?
Hey.
Or get to the point. I really need to focus on something. So you do know something about computers. You're right. Prefect is used mostly by the government peeps.
Doesn't work for the government.
Because I needed something good for my investigation, and RAIM Civic is widely agreed to be below all standards. So I had to upgrade. Besides, owning a RAIM prefect isn't such a big deal anymore.
No, actually, it is kind of a big deal. You don't see REAM prefects in every police department, for example.
I know a friend of a friend who used to freelance for the Coalition. I was actually aiming for the military-grade RAIM Rational series, but couldn't find one. Prefect is mainly based on the same technology as RAIM Civic, so it's kind of a rip-off. But it does have better compatibility with newer antenna models, so I won't complain. They are connected to my RAIM Prefect. Whatever you do, just please don't move them, okay? Thanks.
Short and terse. There you have it. Whatever she's using them for, they're hers.
Whatever she's using them for. Mine.
Great. You really like those questions, don't you? I'm conducting scientific research here. You can't throw me out.
Ground.
I'm looking for the location of a 2mm hole in the world.
Oh, what?
Wait, what? She's looking for a disruption in the radio waves. That's what her personal log said. The lieutenant raises his brows, but doesn't say anything.
Yes, that's what led me here. But I suspect it might be something a bit more complicated than that. Exactly. What does it mean? Up to now, it has been impossible to say what it is because it's impossible to measure nothing. What do you think it is? What qualities does nothing have? How do you measure something that does not exist?
Waiting for your answer.
That's a little above your pay grade at the moment.
Logic, please.
I don't know. Are we? That's what I'm trying to figure out here. But how do I figure it out? You measure it by its surroundings, by that which does exist, which is what I've been trying to do. I've tried using hydro transducers to record the silence, to find out where it begins.
Hydro transducers. So that's what those water basins are. Devices for recording sound through water.
But honestly, it's not progressing very well.
Ancient ritual.
Somewhere underneath those roof beams, I assume.
Only a faint crisscross of rafters can be made out from the dark. Most of the tower disappearing into the shade.
There's this place at the back of the church, a place where all audible vibrations seem to decease. I've named it the Swallow, and the higher you go, the less you record.
The Pillar of Silence? Are you sure it's not just an architectural quirk?
Maybe, but it's oddly close to the physical coordinates of the data loss that led me to this place. I know. No, I don't. Because it's just trial and error, trying to locate the Swallow, the exact point in space. And I don't have a... You know what? It would be really helpful if you could just stop talking and let me work. Great. Thanks. What? I hate it.
I bet she hasn't even heard it.
Yeah. Like all the time. My tent neighbors don't really ease up with their partying, do they?
That's absolutely scathing.
Maybe I'd have to be on drugs to get it, but to a sober mind it just sounds like uninspired rug whipping. No idea what it has to do with either dancing or music. This is about those speed freaks in the tent, isn't it? I've got some news for you. It's not a nightclub they want to build here. Take a guess, why don't you? Bingo! That's exactly what they're up to.
Wonderful. Now this house of worship is also going to be a drug lab. Always something fascinating happening in tents.
Yeah, what I said before. Not possible to appreciate that kind of music without being high as a kite.
Hey, there it is.
So that's settled. Great. No nightclubs in the church then.
Also chin on the hand visibly, please. Can I equip logic to increase that check? The one that's passive.
What if the swallow, you mean? What about it? Exactly. What do you think?
Easy. You measure it by the world around it.
Yeah. Look, I actually did it.
Exactly. Very true. That's what I've been aiming for. That's why I have those basins. I've tried using hydro transducers to record the silence. To find out where it begins. But honestly, it's not progressing very well. Because it's just trial and error. Trying to and I don't have a... You know...
That's all.
Thanks.
That's all. I don't think she knows anything about the model. Shame. Kind of dark. Yeah, back on the wall, why? But here we go. So no drugs are actually being produced in this church at the moment. What a shame. There's a Ferris wheel here, hold on. Alright, time to leave. Whoa. This is kind of late in the day. I wonder if I can find anything else. Well, I mean, call it a day with Kim. Maybe it's just because it's that time of day, actually. Too hot.
A metal payphone under a yellow plastic dome. You could use it to call someone, unless you're out of change. You hear the tone. The machine is inoperable.
Dial in the normal. No. No. Come on. This.
Someone has left an unidentifiable article of clothing on this railing. It smells really bad. It's streaked with dried seagull shit and tangled with pieces of seaweed. A dangling arm suggests that there might be a jacket beneath the crust of filth. It seems likely that it was left in the surf until someone laid it out on this fence to dry out. Unfortunately, that just seems to have stiffened it into a shapeless mass.
Please tell me you're not taking that with you.
I think this is the jacket.
I'm sure he'll be thrilled to have it returned.
Filthy jacket. Filthy.
As you hold it in your hands, it makes an uncomfortable crunching sound. It's a sordid, filthy tale. Not filthy.
Are you sure you can stomach
Are you
it?
sure you can stomach it? Some secrets are better left uncovered. Don't even try. Good choice. The less you think about the jacket, the better.
Oh my gosh. I kind of want to though.
First, it smells like a dead sea creature, tangled in grey strands of seaweed. It must have spent quite some time in the water before the tide deposited. Somehow, it was carried or dragged to the boardwalk, if not by human hand. The faint impressions of many footprints are also present, though it's impossible to tell what kind or how many. Suffice to say, the crust is hard. This jacket spent at least a day baking in the sun. Who knows what happened to it then? It's too late. You've already thought about it, and now your hands are covered in mud. Now you're just flicking that shit everywhere. This is a disaster. You'll never get the smell out.
Good. Fine. No snow, no wind. One more time. What's called? Second. Ooh, Mego Bino's prescription lenses. Yeah, hold on. I see money on that table. Open and empty. But they... Ooh, awesome.
The smell. It's awful and familiar. Don't you recognize it? That hideous pungency, that faintly cloying sweetness. Only death smells like that. Something cold wakes in the pit of your stomach. Fear. It is death. It must be. The lieutenant has all...
Look what in a week.
There's some tear, an empty cigarette package, and a crumpled kebab wrapper. In the trash bin, 2 empty bottles of Tallulah vodka and a can of black potent porter is all you find. No, there's more in there. Livis strawberry liquor, plus some Pilsner bottles too. Better not pick them up. They seem unhygienic.
A tragedy.
Whoever tossed it here was a heavy smoker. The brand name reads Red Astra. Red Astra is the black market version of Astra cigarettes, known for their high tar content. You see traces of mayonnaise and ketchup on it, as well as a tomato wedge. The wrapper reads Shish Kebab Revachol. It's no older than a day or two. No mold yet. It's hard to concentrate in the smell. The sea air brings some relief.
Are you dead?
A man lies on the boardwalk, his limbs bent and neck turned at an unnatural angle. Right next to him is an empty bottle of spirits. In his cramped hand, a chewing gum wrapper.
Unfinished liquid. Sounds like some free booze.
The smell is not as bad as a 2-week-old corpse, but it's definitely heading there.
Hold on.
Void of any signs of life.
Lividity is faintly pronounced. Whoever this is has been dead for 2 days. No longer.
Oh my.
We need to investigate.
Another dead body.
Calm now. Carefully. Just another day. Just another dead body. Breathe. He's wearing mud-caked boots, beige trousers, and an old brown leather jacket with a bright blue lining. There are traces of kebab sauce on his chest. The leather jacket suits him well. It must be custom made.
This is the working class husband I'm looking for.
A leather jacket with a bolt of blue? Oh no. This sounds terribly familiar. You find some sunflower seeds and a rain-soaked library card folded into 2. His jacket feels sodden and heavy under your hand.
Good. We should take a look at that library card after this is done.
Stop it. Silver Wolf.
The man has fallen through a crack in the boardwalk and hit his head against the metal bench. Coagulated blood covers his black hair. One of his feet is still dangling through the hole.
He tripped and bonked his head.
Bad fall. It might have been dark outside. This place is a minefield in the dark. His expression is dull, like the sea behind him. Drops of water shining on his moustache. His eyes, empty and wide, look frightening in their frozen gaze. Height, 170 to 175 centimeters. Curly hair, stout build. Age, approximately 50 to 60 years. There's some dried blood on the metal bench, right where the corpse's head rests. The floorboards are rotten and slippery wet around the hole. An empty bottle lies nearby. A chewing gum wrapper is clutched in his fist.
See you soon, Moose.
Be very, very careful where you step here.
Tap on the floorboards.
A dried chunk of blood covers the hair at the back of his head. An open wound. It's sticky and cold to your touch. This is what killed him.
I don't see any other major wounds, do you? Seems like the head wound was fatal. It's exactly the shape of the bench.
A .75-liter Tallulah vodka with its cap missing. There's hardly anything left inside.
Tear all around us.
Hrabowski spearmint chewing gum. Green leaves on the cover. The man's mouth is half agape from the terror of the fall. The blackness of death. Stench. You think you see white chewing gum too?
He ate the whole pack, right? It's to cover the smell of alcohol before going home. The worst thing is, I've seen it before. Almost the same scenario. Even the chewing gum. It's always the same.
The entire boardwalk creaks in the wind as you take a step back.
Looks like one of the locals. He'd have to know this spot to come here. You don't just walk over here. But that's just a lazy assumption. What do you think?
A dead working-class man with a bottle in his hand? Don't deceive yourself. You know who this is.
The woman you met at the book stand? Why do you think it's her husband?
Looks at the bunch of flesh and bags lying on the ground.
The bright blue lining? Well, he's definitely someone's husband.
Points at the ring on the main's left. Oh.
Death by misadventure. He slipped and fell through the boardwalk. A truly unfortunate accident. If it wouldn't have been for that bench, he'd be alive. Oh yes. Some symptoms of acute alcohol poisoning could have definitely played a role here. Severe confusion, respiratory depression, unpredictable behavior. But I think that death arrived through head trauma, not liver failure. No, I don't see anything that points in that direction. For now, let's treat this case as a simple, albeit sad, accident, unrelated to the murder case.
Agreed. If this somehow converges later, why not? But keep it simple for now.
What about it? The deceased ate some kebab. It's probably from a nearby place, maybe in the box.
Sometimes a kebab is just
a kebab.
They'll seal this place off after the news reaches the coalition officials. I doubt that they have enough resources to actually repair the boardwalk. Not that sealing it off would keep anyone away. All it does is keep the city council's hands clean. It does seem to be a pretty straightforward misadventure, although there's still a question of identifying the body. From where I stand, I can see two options. We either take the case and follow the leads to identify the body on our own, or we report back to the station and leave this for our colleagues to handle. A field autopsy isn't necessary if the cause of death doesn't appear to be criminal, and this looks like a simple accident to me. I'd say we should just write down head trauma in the autopsy report and leave it at that. It would save us at least 2 hours of unnecessary work. Good call. The guys at processing can take care of the rest. Alright, we should first examine the library card you found. Then we can call the station from Mike and Emma. Let them know we are taking the case.
Investigation! I love looking at dead bodies.
library card is folded into two and still slightly wet to the touch. The front side reads, Central Jamrock Public Library Card, issued to Billy Mejean, expires July 53. Billy is a unisex name. Could be the deceased, or his family member. Whoever owns this card is an avid reader. You find a list of books written in blue pencil. Radio thriller. Stand a little less between me and the sun. The last one in the list is The Glinton Curve by M. Theobald. A library stamp indicates that the book has been returned. Most of these titles seem to be in the sci-fi genre. Some thrillers too.
Well, I was healed.
If lost, please return the card to the library. Dial 005 02 55211 or visit us at Moreau Street, 78, Jamrock.
Jamrock.
Business hours 900 to 18.
That's not where I am though.
Good. We should give them a call from my kinema. See if we can learn anything about Billy Mejean.
Good idea. There was plenty of information here to go by. A man lied.
This poor husband. Old for years. Hey, let's see if I can get those bottles.
There's some tear. Two empty. No, there's
a tragedy.
No, don't let me put them in the recycle bag. Well, where's the Ferris wheel? Oh. Stuff on a bottle. Hello. Hey. Ah, this is new. Long dusty windows.
You see a once bright mural towering above you. The signage has peeled off over the years, but you can still make out Feld Electrical R&D. A slogan used to intertwine with the loops a long time ago. Now, only a shadow of peeled letters remains. It says, tomorrow is just a whisper away.
Looks like tomorrow never came.
Yeah. Empty. I think I got some tools. Hey, I can cut this fence, can't I? This now. This is so awesome, though anything is. The people are here. Humbling. Humbling.
Here we go. Nice and easy. No way out, little guys. Not out of this jam.
There's a cylinder on the ground in which the man is arranging some netting. It looks like some kind of trap. He notices you.
Who's there? Oh, the police. Hello, officers.
His self-conscious enthusiasm renders his movements ungainly. He looks like your understanding of a scientist.
Is that the police? Why are the police here?
They're crypto-fascists?
Don't worry, Gary. I'll handle it. To what do I owe the pleasure?
That's sarcasm. He takes no pleasure from your appearance.
Of course. Thank you for passing along the message. That damn water lock is broken, and we can't go all the way around the 881.
Yeah.
The 881 is a raised motorway that separates Martinez from Jamrock. The labyrinth of streets underneath it makes it difficult to pass, not like walking over a nice water lock.
Withhold the whole story. I'm not gonna admit this. Sheesh.
Not good. We should really be getting back. Gary could use a hot shower and a warm bed.
Did he say we can go back now?
Yes, Gary. We can go soon. If you see Lena, tell her I won't be long.
Okay.
Sir, your wife is waiting for you.
I just have to do one more round. See if the Phasmid has taken the bait. Then we're going.
His hands are large and weather-worn, but also used to delicate, precise work.
Which is why we've been knee-deep in the reeds laying traps for it. Good question. Being a Phasmid, of the order Phantasmodea, a ghost insect, it disguises itself as plant matter. In this case, the reeds. Awful lot of reeds around, aren't there? And I suspect it may have also developed other specialised techniques to protect itself from predators, or scientists, in our present case. It's my hypothesis that it has evolved certain electrochemical defences that allow it to interfere with animal perception, impeding pattern recognition, confusing the visual cortex. But I cannot describe how these defences work, much less how they evolved, without studying a live specimen. I'm expecting it to be quite giant. One known species of Phasmid, called the Megaphasmodea zoensis, is about the size of a grown man's forearm, so, very little, I'm sorry to say. No one's ever captured a specimen, so all our information is based on first and third-hand accounts. Not yet. That's what makes it a cryptid.
Just out of curiosity, if there's no proof of its existence, how do you know it's real?
I know it's real.
And he seems taken back
It's
by it.
clear that his obsession with the Phasmid is driven by something more than the pure pursuit of scientific advancement.
By which I mean, I've heard enough first-hand accounts to believe quite firmly that the Insulindian Phasmid is more than mere superstition. Yes, the most recent sighting was by a couple of teenagers along the coast here. That's what brought us to Martinez specifically. It's the first credible sighting in several decades. Admittedly, it's an unusual location for this species, but with all the sewage runoff upstream, it probably doesn't matter much anymore. I have to resist the thought. Such an extraordinary creature is doubtlessly highly resilient. After all, it's generally thought to be capable of parthenogenesis.
He means asexual reproduction. The females of the species don't need to mate to produce viable eggs. This makes it easier for a species with a small population to survive.
This arouses no special feelings in me. Yes.
Yes, Insulindian phasmid is a very clever insect. That's why it's so damn difficult to catch. But as a scientist, I'll try my best to remain dispassionate. Well, they may not look impressive, but Lena designed them quite cleverly, so I'm sure they'll do the trick. Yes. Simple. Attracted by the locusts, the phasmid crawls down the funnel and, having eaten its fill, can get back out. At least, that's the intention. The net isn't a perfect solution, but we didn't want to use anything that might damage the specimen's delicate exoskeleton. Locusts. Nearly all known phasmids are herbivores, of course, but we've hypothesized that the Insulindian phasmid might occasionally prey on other insects.
Inside the traps, a number of locusts crawl and tumble over one another in a tiny, chittering swarm. A meat-eating stick insect? Does it pretend to be the reeds as part of its ambush behavior? This seems unlikely.
Thank you for your opinion. We have also included plant material in the traps to satiate your skepticism. They'll work, I assure you. The predatory hypothesis, using locusts as bait, accounts for the failure of previous efforts by other teams, which use plants. We have given this some thought.
The traps do seem to be deftly and thoughtfully constructed. It's clear the cryptozoologist's wife knows what she's doing.
Yes. What? I've just always liked animals and puzzles. Searching for cryptids is a bit of both. It's not child's play, just because I have to traipse through the mud every so often. No. Very few cryptids are ever discovered, and not for a lack of trying. To stay hidden is a cryptid's primary quality. It's even in the name, cryptid. Of the list of cryptids kept by the Cryptozoological Society of Chemnee, which is 4,082 items long, about 2,000 have been confirmed as hoaxes. 2 are categorized as confirmed discoveries. The rest are in differing stages of discovery, refutation, and data collection. Yes, the Chateau Quan forest pygmy, who turned out to be an extinct species of primate, and a cave salamander from Hugo Grad, who is, honestly, quite unremarkable. It's in the zoo somewhere. We cryptozoologists are brutally honest with ourselves, more so even than the public. With cryptids, most cryptids are hoaxes or they are never found. That does not mean we should stop searching. Indeed. If our expedition is successful, every paper in the world will report on it. From Revachol to Dushantu. It will be a zoological miracle.
He has clearly done his math on this. There is no surprising him or swaying his opinion.
Yes? All right. What cryptids precisely? I usually discuss these things with specialists, so I don't know what.
We would have to discuss. He wants to say, but decides against it.
No offense, officer, but I'm not much of a pedagogue. I don't know what I would have done if Lena hadn't persuaded me to go back to field research. You should ask her if you want interesting stories. Me? I'm not a people person, unless you haven't noticed. I don't make a good lecturer. My strength lies in field work and persistence. By all means.
Let's talk to the crypto-fascist.
Hello, I'm Gary. How do you do, officer? Yellow man. I mean, officer.
Oh my gosh.
The lieutenant raises his eyebrows slightly and takes out his notebook. Yellow man. Interesting. This is something to ask him about. After a little probing first.
I'm just waiting for my friend Morel to finish up with his insect traps so we can return to civilization. I like nature, just not this bloody coast. It's mostly drunks and degenerates that come here.
Degenerates? This man respects authority too much. To see the truth inscribed upon thine own visage. Pretend thou art a paragon of virtue.
Oh, I didn't mean it in any scientific way.
Is this your mug?
Oh, so that's what the RCM in Martinez is about. Great. Great to hear someone's finally taking care of that.
So you do know something about it?
No. Nothing. He was some kind of mercenary. But everyone here knows that. I'm just glad to hear you're looking into it. That's all.
He's not feeling very comfy in his clothes, is he? Strange. He didn't kill him or anything, but there's something going on here.
No. I help Morell with research sometimes, and I've learned some things along the way. But I don't usually go in for picnics like this on my own.
There probably is a follow-up to this, but you can't think of any. Doesn't matter. Waste of time anyway. Gotta keep moving.
My mug? Why would you think that?
His eyes widen at the sight of the mug. He's seen it before, all right.
His colonial mug collection.
I may have had a similar looking mug in the past. That's all. Okay, I admit it. I threw the mug away in the trash container behind the hostel. I know I shouldn't have, and I am very sorry, officer.
He pauses.
You're not going to find me, are you?
I just want information.
Thank you. You won't regret this. I won't use another man's property to dump my garbage ever again. I don't know what got into me, really. Work has been stressful lately. Damn Koiko's price dumping us out of competition.
What did you do, Gary?
Nothing. Just answering some questions. Helping out the law. I know a guy who works with the trash collection services, CS Municipal. He gave me a master key for the trash containers of Martinez.
Really?
So I can use the Whirling's trash compactor to store my own stuff. Garbage disposal is expensive as hell. The damn Hemians run it like a mob.
I didn't expect this guy to be Mugman.
I'm sorry, okay? I thought I could cut costs. I shouldn't have. I shouldn't have disgraced myself.
Disgraced? No need for the histrionic, sir. It was, after all, just a trash container.
He studies his reaction. Gary doesn't answer.
Officer, please. Let me explain. It's not like that. I was only cleaning up. I live right across the yard from where he was hanged, and I saw him stripped naked. All the clothes lying around in the yard, smelling. People are animals, you know? Then I came out to clean up the rags because no one else would. I put them into the whirling's trash, along with a broken mug, admittedly. Okay, I was coming to throw the mug away, and, well, I threw the mug there and the clothes too.
It looks like he's about to... He sounds like he's about to cry here.
Right. It was just civic duty.
Exactly. That's exactly what it was. Civic duty.
As he shifts uncomfortably, a series of clicks, like the clinking of glass beads against one another as they roll across a hardwood floor. You've heard this sound before, but where?
What sound? Really? There's lots of weird stuff out here in the reeds, though. Insects, trash. Could be the wind shifting some garbage nearby. Armor? No. I mean, yes, of course. I know he was wearing armor, but I don't know anything about it.
And
he's wearing it.
Could see he's not telling the truth, but he's too scared to admit more wrongdoing.
I don't know anything about it.
There's something going on here. You should observe him more closely after this topic is concluded.
What sound? I haven't the slightest. There's lots of weird stuff out here in the reeds, though. Insects.
He's wearing the armor.
Could be the wind shifting some garbage nearby. I hope I could help your investigation, in my small way.
Does this mean you were in his apartment, admiring his colonial mug collection? Perhaps it would be interesting to tell him.
Be interesting to tell him. Clinking sound, thinking about the armor. Ooh, he's wearing it.
Sure do, officer.
His eyes narrow slightly. He's wondering where this is going.
They must be very angry with you.
Mr. Everard? So you work for Everard Clare? Officer, please tell him we're good.
Oh no,
no,
change
no,
this.
tell him I'll make it up to him.
Oh good.
What have I done? He'll send the muscle after me.
Make sure no one hears you talk.
As he lowers his tone, he hunches his back.
Fucking door.
What could it be about? I probably talked too loud. In the whirling. About some theories I had. Whatever it is, I'm done with it. I won't do it again. If there's anything I can do to assist you, or the Union, just ask, okay? I'll try to help if I can.
This scared him proper. He's positively melting from fear. Has to prop himself up with a lot of anger to keep it together.
The weather vane has turned. He cannot be unturned.
Scaled him with a partner. Time to get my composure on. Composure. Hey, I know I got some composure here, don't I? Good boy. Just that.
Always I mean, officers.
Officers. Give him the partner. Give it to me.
That
Yes.
shirt looks very uncomfortable on him. Look at the buttons, barely keeping that thing together, as if something is ready to rip out from underneath. Yes, like a piece of ceramic armor, for example. One that makes a clicking sound when the plates meet each other, resembling pearls or marbles, stolen from the corpse in the yard near where he lives.
Balls or marbles?
I knew you'd figure it out, officer. I'm sorry I didn't tell you at once. I was ashamed of what I did. And I didn't want you to know.
Gleaming light ceramic shine underneath. A thin layer of interlocking plates covers his gaunt torso.
We're not detecting falsehood, sire. He's gearing up to admit the truth.
Gary, what's going on?
Later, Morale. I've got apologizing to do.
No, you've got explaining to do.
And the tense tone is icy. Give me that armor. You lied to me, Katie.
Because I was weak. I should have told you the moment I saw you. But
The hell, Gary? You in trouble?
I'll explain later.
Doesn't muster up the strength to yell.
Everyone was picking those pieces off him, and I was watching them do it. And they'd scattered his clothes all over the yard. Everything was smelling. So I went there to take out the trash and started cleaning up. All those rags on the ground, him swinging up there, and I had a lapse of honor, sir. I thought, he's a foreigner. They don't say he wasn't from here. Only the cuirass was left. So I stripped it off him. It was early in the morning. No one saw me. I took it with me. It was a mistake. Had I known it'd give you guys trouble, I wouldn't have... Fuck.
We're detecting sincere contrition here, sire. He's not trying to flatter anyone.
It's okay. It was a loose end, and you are tying it up now.
I'm so fucking sorry I called you Yellow Man. Seolite officers commanded the suzerain's navy. Most of them sided with the king when...
They were thoroughly conservative men, he realizes suddenly.
He's thoroughly conservative men. Give me that armor.
He sighs again, hangs his head, and unbuttons his shirt fully. A cuirass that matches the dead man's boots comes into view. Soon it is in your hands, smelling of his sweat.
Armor, get!
But so light to hold, like a bag of cotton.
Like a bag of cotton.
I always thought it was the Union, but I sure as hell won't go around saying that anymore. You have my word. I don't know, and I won't be running my mouth on this subject anymore.
I thought it was the Union.
This is all he knows.
Yes, absolutely. I will never do anything like this again. I won't mess with Mr. Clare either. You have my word.
Yes, absolutely. I know who put the clothes in the trash. All the way over here.
I'm sorry for what I said.
Short means sincere in these things.
I'm sorry. Add it. My armor. Pain threshold, fickle skin. Volition, bold confidence. Minus 1 empathy, mania of invulnerability. Torches in ammo kiosk fits snugly and redistributes kinetic energy across its countless white plates. Amazingly fits onto your coat. That makes you pretty porcelain sounds of chicken. I am Owl Man. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. It increases my volition, which is my morale. Wow. Okay. That's pretty interesting. Not sure what to do with that, but it's still interesting. Oh, I see. That boardwalk is really fast as we used to be.
Yes?
I got a lot of walking around to do now. But I'm glad that got tied up. I think I found out almost pretty quickly, I gotta say. Well, you know how to get there? Oh, there's something down here. Give me that box. My box now. Family.
A scattering of bullet holes is spread across the cracked wall, reaching from one corner to the other.
Plaza blows in backyard, knows how to revolution.
Correct. The density of the bullet holes is unusual, even in a general average bullet hole frequency in Martinez sense. Grim affairs, meaning this is a lot of bullet holes. Looks like fully automatic rifle fire. Something you don't see these days. The manufacturing and sale of automatic rifles was curtailed after the revolution. The destructive power of such tools proved to be too much. We do need to retain some humanity in this world.
I need my visual calculus bring. Do you have it equipped? Oh, +2 is pretty good.
A scattering of bullet holes is spread across the cracked wall. A row of ghostly shades stand facing the wall. There are many of them, a dozen at least, their heads lowered and eyes blindfolded. It's quiet. No sound, no movement.
Oh, this looks bad.
10 meters away, other shades are lined up in an orderly manner. Automatic rifles primed. A gust of wind blows by. The coats of the firing squad flap slowly in the breeze. A single person stands on the side.
This is a firing squad.
A long time has passed since the moment of this fusillading. Rain and brine have since washed all the blood away. Not a trace remains. The abundance of bullet holes leads to two options. Either an inordinate amount of executions were performed here, or they did not use a conscience round, where only one soldier has the loaded rifle. Looks like this was a mass execution with everyone fully armed. A host of men, probably in everyday clothes, ragged from the conflict and covered in dust. They were not sitting, a common practice for executions in some nations. As demonstrated by the height level of the bullet holes, they stand facing the wall.
Not facing
It's
the wall.
impossible to discern any details about their personality or background. 7 men in combat uniforms and dark coats, holding automatic rifles aimed at the people. Soldiers from some side, but from which one? The commandant, the one who gives the order. Machine gun fire crackling through the air, the lights of the muzzle flashes dancing on his face.
I don't know. I don't know who died here, lined up beside that horrible wall. It could have been any of the parties involved in the revolution. Perhaps the ones executed here were the loyalist conservatives, killed by the communists at the start of the Civil War. Or it could have been the communists, put to death during the last stretch of the conflict by the coalition forces. It could even have been the employees of the Feld R&D Center down the coast, as their building was taken over by the revolutionaries.
Or maybe...
Yeah, it's very unlikely the coalition forces were the ones who died here. They were always the last ones against the wall. To be honest, if a coalition member was anyone in this situation, it was the commandant, the superior giving the orders.
The commandant, a cold sea wind.
Okay. Not more pain now. I like looking at stuff with Meekin. People. Okay, I'm in. Oh, fine. How do I get out of here? All these people taking stuff. Hello. This now. I'll put the kids to sleep.
It's getting cold, this late in the night. Time to call it.
Good night, officer. We'll meet in front of the shack in the morning.
Bye, Mike. Now time to do solo.
On the table, you see a bowl of water. An old mirror hangs on the wall.
I got places to go, people to woo. Woo. Ooh. I don't think I need to keep anything else. He's still here.
Aye, the sea's gonna calm down soon. I can feel it. The wind is turning southeast. What's on your mind, officer?
Into the sunken vehicle. I don't know a good spot yet. How?
Oh? Well, how can I assist you then, officer? Oh. That's good to know, I guess. Why is it in the sea?
That yell looks very conceptual.
This calls for a funeral, if you ask me. Aye. Feels deserved, don't you think? Falling in the line of duty like that and all? Why odd? Our things are a part of our life world. They're made with our human sweat and they share human history. We should care about them as we care about humans. To some extent, at least.
Life world. Someone's been reading up on last century Gotwaldian philosophers. Play it cool now.
Oh yeah? You won't even be able to get it out of the water before early June. And where are you going to bury it? Who to invite? What music to play at the wake? Take it from someone who's been through a few funerals. It's easiest to just leave them there and let nature take care of it.
It's going to be quite a few years before nature is able to completely take care of a motor carriage. You could always come back in a few months and see if you still want to give it a proper send-off.
I understand, believe me. I really do. I think about all the frivolous side activities I could be doing every time I go out there with my nets. But daydreaming is a rich man's game. At sea, you can't afford to be careless and dream. Anyway, what are we talking about here again?
What the heck? Alright, can't go for that yet. That's my motor carriage. Impressed. Anyway. I tell the drunks I found his jacket. There it is.
Tequila sunset.
Ah, tequila. I knew you'd come through. That's fucking great, man. Let me see. What? This isn't my jacket. My jacket was beautiful. This is fucking filthy. What am I supposed to do with this?
Oh, I found it like this.
I'm not taking a disgusting pile of hobo rags. I may be in an irrecoverably decaying orbit, but I've still got standards. Either bring it back the way it was before, or find a dumpster to burn it in.
Hands it to you.
Underneath the accumulated filth, the jacket itself appears to be stain resistant. Maybe it just needs a good scrubbing.
Ow. Did the lady have anything to say?
The buzz of electric lights blend. There's a gap where the name of that song should be. You should ask her about it right now.
Yes, I can't really sleep anymore. Only a few hours a night. It happens when you grow older. My suggestion is don't. Don't grow any older than you already are. That's old enough. What's troubling your mind? A lullaby my mother used to sing. I sang it to my kids too. It's an old Samaran children's song. Surrender to the night.
That's kind of grim for a children's song, even if it is a lullaby.
Am I a lullaby,
It does. I can wash it for you, but it's going to take about a half an hour. Think you can stay put for that long?
Yeah,
well, hand it over then, and I'll see what I can do. Must say, I'm proud of this one. It's pretty nice underneath all that filth. I hope you take better care of it than its last owner.
Goodbye. My jacket. Ah, pretty good. Little jacket. No, I'm gonna walk around for now. I'm gonna go back to money.
This is it. The scene of the party. The fire pit. Cigarettes and empty bottles all evidence it. Not as such. I'm talking about what came after the party scene. Looks like they were here a while. Judging from all the bottles, the sunken motor carriage provided them a focal point. Like a goose ice sculpture or a chocolate fountain.
Chocolate fountains are nice. Look at all my skill points. I'm never gonna spend them at this rate. I don't know what the purpose is of staying up so late here. I would like that master key to the trash. That sounds nice. I don't know how they over there. The rolling bags is still open. Just open.
Oh, hello, dear. There you are. Goodness. How is he? Did he say why he hasn't returned yet? Oh, yes. That's my Morel. He's bound to catch a cold staying out there for so long. But I am so relieved to hear that he's okay. Thank you for putting an old woman's heart at ease, if even a little.
You haven't, however. There are dangers out there. Our aging body's foul. Her heart won't rest until Morel is safely back with her. Now maybe she'll open up about those fascinating cryptids. Take her mind off all this.
What was that suggestion? Don't mind if I change my clothes right in front of me. So many clothes now, I like it. Another boost here and there. That seems to be all I can do though.
Oh, hello, dear. There you are again.
Please tell me.
There's really no point in manipulating anyone. She'd be only too pleased to tell you about her work. Go on and ask.
Oh, I'd be delighted. Truth be told, I could really use the company too. That would be the Giant of Kokonur. The giant lives in the most arid parts of the vast Kokonur Desert in South Samara, casting a strange light across the barren wastes. Mirage or psychogenous luminance. No one knows for sure. It is like an awful mountain appearing from below the horizon and expanding to cover almost a third of your field of vision. The towering luminosity of Kokonur is a bad omen in local folklore. Some say it's a fata morgana, others, fate unimaginable. That's what makes it so peculiar. A species surviving at the very limits of scientific law. The Giant of Kokonur must be the largest animal the planet can support. There are limits, you see, to how large a metabolism an ecosystem can beget. Some say a gravity anomaly below the Kokonur Desert might allow the creature to grow to these gargantuan sizes.
Gravity anomaly? Digging it. Digging this parascientific stuff right here.
Cryobacter catlensis. Yes, a unicellular bacterium that was discovered in one of the northernmost points of Kotla on the Boreal Plateau by renowned geologist Caitlin Mijanou some 70 years ago. The bacterial colony Mijanou found had remained alive while frozen in ice for longer than anyone could reliably estimate, certainly from before recorded history. Mijanou disappeared shortly after injecting herself with the bacteria she had brought back to study, no doubt in hopes of prolonging her own life. Yes, the bacteria had survived in the ice since times immemorial. It is not hard to see where she could have gotten the idea. Yes, and she's quite mad, too. After she treated herself with the bacteria, she stopped aging, but also became increasingly eccentric and irascible, so that even her oldest friends were forced to pull away. We can assume that she has been living somewhere in the wilderness for decades now, all alone except for the Cryobacter catlensis coursing through her bloodstream, the gnome of Jeroma. Oh, yes. None of its victims survived. Grieving relatives never even found their bodies because the gnome's venom dissolved organic tissue. It was reportedly a small creature with webbed fingers and a protruding forehead, an ungainly little thing. Quite scary to look at. A couple of campers found it when it was already dying. They heard an odd wailing in the woods and followed the sound. They were scared and wrapped it in tarpaulin to suffocate it. It still took the gnome of Jeroma an entire day to die. Alas, no. And the first scientist who got his hands on the creature's corpse put it in a jar of formaldehyde, thinking that would detoxify the gnome's venom. Instead, all the venom leaked out of the creature's teeth and into the surrounding liquid, dissolving the creature itself. A poetic end, perhaps, but a real loss for science.
Alas, always alas, and then it was gone. Isn't that overly convenient? Sure, a perfectly good explanation. It dissolved in its own venom. Go on then. Ask about more gnomes or whatever.
Yes. It's the kind green ape. Half war story, half undiscovered species in the genus Homo. Yes, it was reported by soldiers in South Safra during the war. The kind green ape would visit bunkers during the night, healing wounded soldiers with its saliva. Yes, it has amazing healing qualities. Some soldiers reported growing back limbs, regaining their sight. Indeed, there is. It's our closest relative among the cryptids. Same taxonomic family, different genus. Which is to say, the kind green ape is a species with which we share a common ancestor and that evolved parallel to our own. Just like your partners. In everyday speech, human isn't really a scientific category. For all legal and ethical purposes, your partner is a person just like you, so you might as well think of him as being human too.
He's a person just like you. Oh boy.
that the kind green ape should also be thought of as human, especially because it has shown itself to be so humane. I don't dare form an opinion one way or the other without more information, though.
Dang, Jesus dropped some racist bombs on here.
What an interesting question. And the answer is yes, there are. The Col de Mamadaqua, or Thin Whisper of Sound. And that's precisely what it seems to be. Self-replicating sound waves, invisible and intangible. It's very afraid of us, which makes it incredibly difficult to track.
Col de Mamadaqua can also be translated as a whisper light and low.
Yes, that's another translation. They're both quite lovely, aren't they? Although the low part is a little ironic. The Col de Mamadaqua makes, or rather is, such a high-pitched sound that other animals, including humans, can't hear it. It could be everywhere, all of the time.
Yo, Moose.
You wouldn't know.
Welcome back, welcome back.
Many scientists have asked the same question. Some have claimed that it isn't itself a sound, but a tiny corpuscle that emits sound waves. But there's no evidence to support this theory. It could be. As I said, it could be everywhere. And we wouldn't know any better. It could be ringing all the days of our lives and nights. Plenty. It's the evidence that led to its discovery. In the 20s, a group of Areopagite ornithologists, that is, scientists who study birds, were trying out a new recording technology for capturing sounds outside the range of human hearing. When playing back recordings they had made in the foothills of the Ea mountain range, they noticed certain anomalies, patterns that seemed random at first, but on closer examination were consistent with the waveforms of songbirds. The scientists soon discovered they could track and even predict what appeared to be feeding, mating, and migration patterns based on sound waves in a strictly delimited range of ultrasonic frequencies, even higher than those of the highest-pitched bat calls. They realized that they had discovered a new species and called it the Col de Mamadaqua, after the Paracanassian name for the voice of God, which is said to be very silent. They grew quite obsessed with these little birds. Even though they couldn't see them, they could distinguish among individual birds and even began to name some of them. Sequester, Time, Joscan, those are but some of the Mamadaqua they followed individually. That is a sad story. A group of university students assisting with the field work in their enthusiasm for the project, and no doubt because they were preoccupied with impressing their professors, nearly drove it to extinction. They tried to communicate with it and had no other means but sound. So they started sending out sound waves at frequencies they thought might match the Mamadaquas. And what happens when a sound wave meets another sound wave of the same frequency, dear?
Psst. They cancel each other out.
Psst. Exactly. And these tests were performed so recklessly that when they happened upon the right frequency, well, they wiped out most of the population. After that, the corpuscle appears to have migrated elsewhere. There have been recordings of anomalies similar to those spotted in Ea, but they've been few and far between.
You just want to make sure I understand
The
stuff.
presence of any stable Col de Mamadaqua population anywhere. What about what? I'm glad you like them, but I'm not really one to tell you about all of them. You should ask my husband if you get the chance. He's the real expert.
That's all. That's all for now.
You see,
Maybe.
Can I help you? What is this thing?
It's the stuffed mold.
What, the interior decorating kind? You know, I'm sorry. This is actually a nice bird. A competent piece of taxidermy.
Hey.
I can fix it to the plaque and have a new bird in the establishment, I guess. So, I don't know. Thank you. I'm gonna go with thank you.
I'm gonna go with thank you. Goodbye. Ah, yeah. Nibbled, nibbled. Nothing like being a nice local cop. Oh.
The door is closed. Still nothing.
This isn't my room anymore. I sleep in a shack. Local cop for life. What's going on?
Behind the dock workers, a ceiling height window. The Hawthorne
Time to talk to the other nice old lady. Pop, pop, pop.
Was that? Could it be the Calder Mama Dakwa? No, it's probably just your imagination ringing in your ear. There seems to be an extremely high-pitched ring. Ultrasonic. Lena said it was very high-pitched, right? It's like something tickles your ear. Lena also said that it couldn't be heard by any other animal, including humans. What you're hearing must just be a regular bird. Honestly, your ear isn't hearing a whole lot. The distant hum of the industrial harbor, the traffic. But, admittedly, there is a high-pitched noise somewhere there too. But then, isn't there always? There it is again. You're about to rediscover a long-lost species. Yeah, but how are you going to catch it? It must be very close. Maybe, just maybe, it will come toward you. Keep still. It might perch on your shoulder. Oh no. The sound. It's moving away. Somewhere over there. Go after it. No. Too late. It's gone. There is no ringing anymore. Just the sound of the streets. Keep your ears peeled, then. If the species really has migrated to Martinez, you're sure to hear it again. That pawnbroker, Roy, was into natural sounds too. Maybe you could talk to him.
Great. I think I hear invisible molds. Don't you hear it? Anything interesting this way? Doesn't seem like the strike was all here anymore. Yeah, they're all gone. I'll just stop by fit. Passing some bottles.
The tear machine. Your bottles climb into the machine.
Hey! Moose with the bits! Thanks for the bits, Moose!
Is it...
You see several packaged raincoats fill a low shelf beneath a display of cross.
No stealing from me. Woo! Bits, bits, bits. Yo, that hype train Cole was on was crazy. Unlocking emote salts left and right. Subs for everyone too. Big hype, big hype. Boo, boo, boo. You know, while you got your bits in the donors, any suggestions for what the second bit emote can be for my stream? I was thinking something like a thumbs up Kilda. Seems like a nice thing. Good question. Yeah. Approving
Just
Kilda.
Nothing to see here.
Alright, let's see if I can increase conceptualization. That's pretty good. Even more so. Would be nice, would be nice.
Just an ordinary wall.
Danny 2, let's go.
Because
Hey.
you see it, finally. This wall is sublime.
Look
Look
at
at
it.
it. The shadows, the colors. All the other walls on all the other houses must make a pilgrimage in adoration of this, the uncontested pinnacle of wallcraft, color peeled from the very face of God. Oh, Wall Father.
Oh, father.
Absolutely. Now you just need the materials. You already have the heavy fuel oil to use as paint, and Cindy the Skull has a paintbrush. This is completely doable. Yes, great thinking. Go talk to her. The wall will be waiting.
Wall. The wall. Cindy, give me a paintbrush.
Hello again, officers.
What for?
Well, if it's for art. But what kind of art are we talking about? Then you have time to find your own fucking brush. Yeah, not gonna hold my breath, Piggy. You look like you'd suck. Everything really.
Aww. This is a red check, it cannot be retried. Mamma mia. My brush. I just wanted a paintbrush. Yeah, I ain't doing that one. And I think my conceptualization is pretty high enough. So the fact that's only 17% is kind of grim.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with? I love you did.
Fast, observantly, like an electronic printer.
Pleased to meet you, Lieutenant W. Frater Dubois. I am glad to see a man of high qualification. The situation is precarious. What can I help you with, Lieutenant Frater?
Dogs, dogs, dogs. Let the dogs out. Oh.
More lessons in basic reality? My favorite part of the day. Go ahead. Are you sure you're sure? Your colleague seemed adamant. Okay. The Pale is the most dominant geological feature of the world, Detective. The separative tissue between the islas. It is the inter-islary mass. Isla is a Messinian word for a continent of matter, enveloped on all sides by the Pale.
You mean ocean?
So, isolation, or landmass. We used to believe there was only one. In the last 4 centuries, we have discovered 7. Mundi, Seol, Samara, Ilmara, Grad, Katla, and this, Insulinde. An oceanic isla. It comprises mostly of water. Muindi is the largest, Katla the coldest, Insulinde the bluest. What can I say? Each is perishing and dear.
The ocean itself?
Achromatic, odorless, featureless. The Pale is the enemy of matter and life. It is not like any other, or anything in the world. It is the transition state of being into nothingness. It's difficult to describe, or even measure. Something whose fundamental property is the suspension of properties. Physical, epistemological, linguistic. The further into Pale you travel, the steeper the degree of suspension. Right down to the mathematical. Numbers stop working. No one has yet passed the number barrier. It may be impossible. No, Detective. We're safe. It begins there, 6,000 kilometers to the north, and even more to the south, east, and west. You are in the middle of the Isla. An uproar of matter, darling. Rising into the Pale. Rolling. Evaporating even. A great vision. The area of transition between the world and the Pale is called Porch Collapse. Imagine a grey coronal mist, cold vapor marked by spores of an opportunistic microorganism, a mold that's adapted to grow at the edge of the unrest. It's the most disco thing you will ever see. Oh, it is so difficult for us.
A squall of birds. Hardware operating in the harbor. Firm. Self-evident.
It is possible to force dimensions on the Pale. In modern times, we can even compress its latitude, bouncing radio waves from one end to the other, shortening the path. But it is still hard for humans to navigate the Pale without getting lost, or having our minds damaged extensively. Some say the damage stems from extreme sensory deprivation. Others argue that Pale somehow consists of past information that's degrading, that it's rarefied past, not rarefied matter. They call it the blend over of the self. The Pale does not only suspend the laws of physics, but also the laws of psychology, maybe history even. The human mind becomes over-radiated by past.
Who says and who argues?
The logical positivists say, the dialectical materialists argue. It feels terrible. Absolutely terrible. International standards strictly limit civilian travelers to 6 days of Pale exposure per year.
This Pale stuff is very confusing.
It's more for her. Way more.
No, Lieutenant Dubois. I'm entreprenetic business class. I'm cleared and trained for 22 days of Pale transit annually.
Someone else you've met may have been exposed as well. The strange grey-haired woman in her lorry.
Intro, kinetic. That's not even a bug. Probably not. This game makes up a lot of mods.
Yes. Carried in the hulls of airships. It's a horrific job. Automation will abolish it soon.
Automation?
You should ask the pallet driver about this. See what she says.
Up to my gills, officer.
Oh my. I can ask what it means.
Entreprenetics is the scientific study of the Pale,
Ah,
or
see?
a recent iteration of it by way of Grad. The study of the Pale reaches back 6,000 years. The Pericarnassians called it the Western Plain.
They had not traveled the entire circumference of the Pericarnassian Super E Solar. It was not merely in the west, it was everywhere, even then, surrounding them.
There are signs of pre-modern crossings. Successful navigation of the Pale relies not just on technical know-how, but intensive psychological preparation. Some of these tactics have been known for thousands of years. Nothing. We remain powerless before the Pale. The only real advance in Pale transit is the speed with which an aerostatic craft can pierce it. Less exposure leads to less effects later. Hybrid airships, Detective. Conventional rotors or jet engines no longer add velocity after the point of reference for motion is suspended, once you've crossed from near Pale to far Pale. In essence, we throw them in and they come out the other end. If we throw them precisely, then they don't.
Gone, like a skipping stone beneath the surface.
The Pale outweighs reality 2 to 1.
Oh,
There is
right.
more Pale than there is matter, and the ratio is slipping. What do you think, Detective? Precisely. One of the few measurable effects of the Pale is that it is expanding at an unknown rate.
Oh no.
An intuitive conclusion of that development is that one day the Pale will cover everything. But this sort of talk is mostly left to extremists. Most people, and indeed most private and government sector organizations, entire civilizations and religions even, find handy ways to ignore or downplay that knowledge. I suggest you do the same. It doesn't look like you're doing the same. The suggestion was meant in earnest, Detective. Live life. Yes, sweet reality. But before we do, tell me, Detective, is this the first time you're hearing this? Do you really not remember anything? Beyond curious. Tell me, what do you think of the Pale?
So,
Mm-hmm. You really didn't know. This does not spell good for the investigation, Detective. If you don't know even this, then...
she stops mid-sentence. It's
I
unofficial.
hope so. I truly do. If I may suggest, hold on to your colleague, Kitsuragi. I ran a check on him and he is very competent. In the meanwhile, you have me. I will assist you in any way I can, even if we have to do it one basic term at a time.
Give me. One basic term of time. Please tell me how the world works, lady.
It's a neurological disorder caused by a lack of vitamin B in the brain. Symptoms include a retrograde amnesia. It's quite serious. You should get yourself checked out. Well, it's either bariatric surgery or long-term alcohol use.
She nods slowly.
Yeah. Spirit the corpse.
Glad to have been of assistance. The little that I know. Anything else?
Let me see if I can get some more knowledge from Huan here. Oh, my jackets. Oh, Spirit the corpse.
You're back. Good. More lessons in basic reality?
Only two?
It remains a mystery what you mean by this something close. This isn't about you. It's about reality.
Glad to have been of assistance. The little that I know. Anything else?
She's not even asking you anything. It's so easy to just say.
Of course, Detective. You can always drop by later, should something come up. Now, what else can I do for you? Of course, I am sorry to...
That's all. What else can I do? I can't see if that guy is in his apartment. Doesn't look like she's there.
That isn't just a five-pointed star. It's an inverted white pentagram cradled in a wreath of antlers, the iconography of communism, in other words. The star and antlers was developed in the 6th decade of the last century and quickly adopted by Mazov and the communards during the revolution. Even today, half a century after, the star and antlers retains the ability to evoke hope, disappointment, and fear in equal measure. To symbolize the toppling of the old order. Also, some social democrats were already using it because white is the color of peace. Gone is the glory of hope. Only the scribblings of impoverished students remain in dirty hallways. You are the big communism builder now. It's you or no one.
Balcony, let's go.
This door is made of metal. No one answers. Looks like he isn't home. You should come back tomorrow evening, after 2100. No one answers. Looks like he isn't home.
Oh, fine. He's not home. Look at all that cash and thing. Ah, yes. I have been saving it. There's a lot of clothes I can buy during the day. And clothes always do mean more options. I need to buy a speaker system too. For the moment, I am trying to stockpile as much as I can. Why is she still here? No. Oh no, why are we still awake? Oh no.
Whoa. What have we here? A bridge with loose nails and rot-infested wood that creaks in the wind. A construction code violation if there ever was one.
I haven't done that, I haven't done that. I'm not sure what he wants from me here. Oi, 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 oi. What to do, what to do. Maybe the pawn shop has something good.
Hello, hello. Let me know if I can help you with anything. The Koldima Madakwa. Sorry, I would never have guessed that you were that interested in ultrasonic sounds. Or birds for that matter. What an interesting development. Well, it's been a long while since I've gone hunting for the Koldima Madakwa. Once knew a group of young musicians who decided they didn't want to play music anymore, and started looking for all kinds of interesting sounds instead. This was before, you know, lost touch with them after all of that. Cool or not, one of them was obsessed with recording the Koldima Madakwa, and he was one of those passionate people who know a lot about all kinds of strange things. So he got the rest of us to join in his search. We thought we did. We got together all these recordings of unusual sound patterns, compared them, cut them up and combined them into the Symphonia Koldima Madakwa. Unfortunately, I don't have any recordings from my old life. None at all. But I do have a tape with some ultrasonic sounds that might be what you're looking for.
You're following the camera.
This recording comes from down the coast. Wasn't looking to record anything specific. Just left a recording device there one morning. Keep in mind, I have to slow this one down enough to make sounds well over 200 kilohertz audible to the human ear. It will be strange.
As the hum grows louder, modulating but always unnaturally uncomfortably low, like it's coming not from the speakers, but also from inside your chest. Breathing is becoming difficult. Not good, not good. You're about to start suffocating. You have to stop this.
Fine, please.
He nods to you, reassuringly, just as more diverse, higher-pitched sounds, some random, some appearing to form patterns, hit your eardrums. Seabirds most likely, gulls and such.
And skewers, but
That's it. The signal in the noise. The thin whisper. A low range of sounds is easier to handle with a focal point, but still troubling. You are mesmerized by the sounds, but also feel nausea welling up as the motif continues, then begins to recede, dissolving in what must be the sound of water lapping at the bank.
you know, now that I've listened to it on these new speakers, it's not the Col de Mamadaqua. Wrong patterns, wrong photons. Probably some insect trying to sing higher than its predators can hear. Still, fascinating, aren't they? Early morning sounds.
Not exactly much.
Martinez streetlight sits
But interesting.
among assorted floor and table lamps.
Yeah, this guy mentions photons a lot. So you can see them.
You see rows of toy soldiers. This set of soldiers.
I think their poverty has been exaggerated for effect. Okay.
The boomboxes wait on the shelves.
Boombox.
And your boombox. That.
And here you are. Quality sound reproduction on the go. It'll play anything, wherever. Turn any tape into a conversation of sounds and shapes.
Boombox kit. He likes to keep the bad photons out. Keep the good photons in. I don't read the case files in my shack there. Robocop. We'll talk to her. How long does she stay up for?
Aye, the sea's gonna calm down soon. I can feel it. The wind is turning southeast. What's on your mind, officer?
She's here. Shack.
It's getting cold. This late in the night. An old mirror hangs on the wall. You see?
Not gonna interact with this.
You take the legal documents out of the envelope.
Oh.
The 12 to 14 month construction period and the zoning plan in the addendum.
Interfacing's really good. I could probably do it. I think that's as far as I'm going to get. That's fine.
You take the legal documents out of the envelope. With a confident flourish, you complete your forgery. What do you see on the signature line? Indeed, they look distinctly different and very convincing. These might as well be their actual signatures, but they're not. And the document will be nullified if they dispute it. That means Everard will have to start over. All you need to do now is mail the signatures to Everard's accountant in La Delta. There was a mail delivery box in the plaza, near the...
Good, good.
It's just an intricate web of blue lines stretches. The pattern still kind of has an ethnic...
This is the only tool I can interact with.
It's the ledger you found in the trash. A cabbage of papers hanging from the board, with the permeables drawer inside. It's barely held together by a clip. Arson, petty theft, spousal abuse. Handwritten logs on dozens of investigations date back to January 51. You don't exactly close them so much. It takes about half an hour to piece one together, using the system you've devised. Which one do you want? This one is relatively easy to reconstruct. Overnight on 1202, a graffito, nay, a mural, appears on an 8-story tenement overlooking central Jamrock. The building is a sparsely inhabited ghost tower, part of a failed real estate development called Grand Couronne. Cause of failure: rent too high. The mural is enormous. 2 silhouettes, a man and a woman, are kissing. The text cut into their form reads, "True love is possible, only in the next world. For new people, it is too late for us. Wreak havoc on the middle class. People call it that thing and that fucking thing. It's visible for miles. In 2 days, the station's complaints desk gets clogged with requests to remove the bummer. You and your partner are assigned to the case. The graffito crew is easy to track down. Only the bell lectures have the literage of industrial paint to cover the surface. One of the graffito artists is rumored to be rich. They take responsibility for the execution, but not the design. The ideologue of the Next World mural, as the crew calls it, remains an unknown. The case files do not show you finding the author of the design. The crew agrees to clean up after themselves. However, your partner, JV, is against the removal, citing public support for conservation. This leads to a debate in Precinct 41, which then spreads to the streets of Jamrock, ending in a rare plebiscite organized by you and the rest of Row 3.
A plebiscite?
The 9,000 people subjected to the mural's message, all of Lakeside, Central Jamrock, and Villa Lobos, plus half of the eminent domain, participate in the vote. Although the case begins with what appears to be a lot of rambling on the streets as to how juvenile and stupid the mural is, given a choice between 2 options. A staggering 78% of voters choose to keep it. Turns out the opposition were a loud minority. And that love truly is possible in the next world for new people, and it is too late for us. In any case, it appears to have been a rare case of civil activity in the quarter, and agreement as well. What do you want to tackle next?
I should probably go to sleep for now.
In the meanwhile, a bunch of... Without resistance or sound, the 2 panels move against each other. The compartment is now open. Inside, you see 2 ticket stubs and a made postcard. It's slightly.
Oh my gosh. time.
The bed is comforting, if a bit run.
Sleep.
Across the room, the heating system hums its soft lullaby. The mattress feels soft and sheets warm. It only takes you moments for the world to fall away.
In bed.
Thoughts, baby. A million little lights in the dark. You're one fine instrument, brother. All those faces and all those names. All that laughter and screaming and scheming around. Every corner and every street.
Yeah, this is my inner thoughts when I'm sleeping, apparently.
Recorded in you forever on Ferrotape.
The music system is the other bodily voice.
On and on it goes, for untold hours. At the disco where you first asked her to dance. Rising, above the dark curvature, the great wingspan of sleep, studded with stars.
I think the game opens with you being told weird stuff by this and you have no idea what it is. At this point, I think it is just internal.
There are millions of them down there. The first time. The last time. The smoke in her mouth. The plotted flowers. The faces turning, changing.
It's the world, Harry boy.
Harry boy.
And you're made of it. Every day you're out there, you make more of yourself from it. I'm afraid you can't be unmade now. You can never forget this shit.
All stuck on loop. Whirling, spitting out words and images.
You're the son of the world again. Harrister, a ceaseless agent. Picking up litter and old newspapers. Collecting your little bubblegum wrappers and idiotic picture postcards. Meaningless keepsakes.
No, action from choices from the real. Yeah, I think this is making fun of how I keep picking up all this junk.
Reading your awful letters and recalling things, aren't you? The endless names of the world. An address book you are. The map of a city.
You'll go insane if you keep going like this. One more day, and you'll be in the loony bin. I just know you will. And for what, brother man?
For the working class.
The working class.
For the money, baby. For the greater good. For Revacol. Always and only Revacol.
Solving your little crossword puzzle. Doing your tasks. Crossing names off lists. Trying to become some sort of world detector. It won't make it okay. It won't put smoke back in her mouth.
There he goes again, he's a real political now, Harry. He doesn't seem that's the world that's changing him.
He's got no idea what he's in for.
'Cause only love can break your heart. Beep, beep, beep. The alarm is ringing, Harry. The disco circus goes on and on.
You barely slept 3 hours last night.
Yeah.
Do it for the picture puzzle. Put it all together. Solve the world. One conversation at a time.
Some voices go unvoiced. I think it just skips or missed out lines. Rare, but sometimes it happens. Yeah, all my stuff got healed.
Good. You're up. Listen, there's something that's been bothering you for a few days now. It's a suspicion, or a feeling really, that things are not quite in hand around here. An earth-shattering deduction from your psyche. What will those guys come up with next? Every day, things seem to spin more and more wildly, out of control. The center isn't holding. And despite your efforts to moderate and contain these energies, things only seem to be getting worse. Oh sure, you've been making progress on your case, interviewing people, solving side tasks. But who's focusing on the big questions? But have you ever seen them? How do you know they're even there? More importantly, how do you know they aren't waiting for your participation? You've got to find out who bears la responsabilité. The most awesome, terrible thing. It is human nature to crave la responsabilité and to deny it. That's why it must be distributed across many different organizations, agencies, offices, and portfolios. Harry, you're thinking about this too narrowly. La responsabilité isn't concerned with trivial questions like who killed who. It's about the real issues. The Human Welfare Index, the price of staple goods, the transition to real democracy. Whoa, whoa, whoa. This isn't some kind of dictatorship. You can simply seize la responsabilité for yourself. It must be given by a legitimate authority, like a committee. Only the most even-keeled minds in Martinaise. Your half-brother, the lieutenant, is a natural place to start. Together, you'll be able to discover who has la responsabilité in Revachol. And, if necessary, you'll have the wisdom and expertise to assign it among yourselves. Most likely, your findings will be collected in a report, which will be carefully reviewed by your superiors. Once they've reviewed it, those same superiors will produce a set of recommendations to be taken up at the next meeting of the Standing Committee. Rest assured, no matter what happens, it will be done through the proper channels. Good luck. Your report is eagerly anticipated.
Responsibility for something.
An old mirror hangs on the wall.
Alright. I think I'm going to call it Hugh. I'm feeling a little homosexual for the day. So I'll just very cool and pretend to increase the viewer count. So with that, thanks for watching everyone. Good night and goodbye.